Whoa.
Một hiệu phở số thu này.
Oh my goodness.
Last time we left with like our dialogue box or two left.
We have like a tiny smidgen left.
A small smidgen, only because of the direct. It was like we were fighting time. And I mean,
we gotta get the deets from Mia. Yeah.
That's Maya.
She's safe for now. The kidnapper is one to keep his word, it seems.
I'm glad to hear she's safe. But
Mia?
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 Mia. How did you know?
As soon as she was locked up, Maya called for me. I read the note she left. Then I gathered as much information about her surroundings as I could.
I didn't know you could use spirit channeling like that. Pretty smart of her.
I mean, they're currently using spirit channeling as a walkie-talkie, so... pretty disrespectful.
The kidnapper. What's he like?
I don't know. Apparently, Maya went to answer a phone call at the hotel and was drugged there.
And?
She didn't see the face of her attacker. Maya's locked up in a very dark place right now. I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her.
When you were with her? Data nodes?
I'm starving. I could really go for some apple pie. I mean, at a time like this, sweets are the only way to go. I have to stay positive. He promised he wasn't gonna kill me. I'm not gonna die. Sis, I wonder if you're with Nick right now.
Oh.
Yeah? Put something to the door first. I don't think I'll be moving anywhere. We're playing as Maya.
This is expected.
Huh? Someone dropped a card here. It kind of looks like a business card. There's no name on it. It's a picture of a seashell, I think. What a strange card. There's all sorts of things piled up here. What's too dark to see?
But there's a light here. Or is this like one of those like there is no real light? It's like only for us.
Maybe. What's this? It feels like there are a lot of glass bottles here. I think it might be that, yeah. And these, I feel like barrels.
Yeah, I don't think she can... I'm assuming what's going on is that the light's very, very dim. Because how else would she be able to tell the business card and what's on it?
Yeah.
But they've enhanced it for us here.
Visually enhanced. I'll pass. Too bad I'm really hungry and not really thirsty. Drat, it's locked. But this door lock seems easy enough to open. On TV, the hero always uses a plastic card or a stiff piece of cardboard. Then click, they magically open the door. I wonder if there's a card like that around here I could use. Ah, that's it! This shell card! If I use this, maybe I can get the door open. This might be my key out of here. I had a feeling this card might be useful. I'm such a genius. Alright, now if you'll excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper. Click. I did it! Okay, now I'm getting the heck out of here. I shouldn't keep Nick waiting. Or worried.
To be continued. This is the end, but we had quite a bit compared to how close we were to the direct.
I didn't realize it was an examination section. I thought it was just text.
Yeah.
We were very close to the end, though.
I'm glad that I stopped it there for the so we could watch the direct.
All we would miss was Mario Kart.
We missed like the opening thingy that they had, and then it was like a little bit of the Mario Kart, but that was fine. And we didn't actually miss much. Okay, Nicholas. I need to prep myself for all the characters. Remind myself of all the characters.
Brain blast all the characters.
Likely ban Vader. Let me grab their thing before you decide to do anything to them. Hey, you can ban them in that.
Got him.
I'm just gonna report. I love doing these.
Yeah.
And this in chat. Verified that this is true. Oh, all sorted. Yeah, they were likely a ban evaders. They were also restricted, so it never even popped up.
Yeah.
All the normal cars. Willpower is here. Lotto is here. Well, there's been a lot more cases for this one.
She likes to stick her nose in places.
One. Matt. Security lady. Andre.
Adrian.
Adrian Andrews. And Celeste.
Impacts.
Adrian. Adrian did it? That's what it looks like. Dude, no way. That one couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will impact you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there is someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Lawyer, dude, like I said yesterday. I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand.
Well, it's almost time. Oh, hi.
Mia? Yeah.
Mia. We must get a complete acquittal today.
I know. But I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pell, Siva. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day.
Indeed. Well, let's get going.
Tim. This is Wright. Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney, the day of the trial. Maya, she's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired? Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. Grr. For my sake, as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. The bomb! Present.
He's gonna blow up the fucking courthouse.
What in the world would you want to give me? You'll figure out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest, if you please. You really did send a bomb.
Oh, fuck.
Wait. The kidnapper sent me a present? Mr. Lawyer dude, who was that? No one. It has nothing to do with you. Don't forget you heard anything. Did your nose just get longer?
Rude.
No one's here. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Ungard. Are the prosecution and defense ready? Defense is ready, Your Honor.
There is no prosecution.
No.
That means I'm innocent. You should free me right now.
The gift is that he gave Francisca food poisoning.
Oh. We sent a bomb to Francisca's house. Oh my god.
I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma?
Why are you asking me?
I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor.
Bailiff, yeah.
Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. Actually, no, he listened to the bailiff. The bailiff has said, like, in case anything happens, say tell the judge. Why is he so dismissal? You must tell me something. Please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has this morning. This Von Karma was shot by another gunman. Lucky.
What a present, Jesus.
That's a hell of a gift.
Jesus fucking Christ.
What? Shot.
They took my fucking Von Karma? Somehow. I think this is the present that man was talking about.
Present?
Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage.
This is totally insane. Miss Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer.
She's alive and in stable condition.
That's good. Phew. Yo. I thought he would show up. I love the fucking music to this as well.
There he is, the boy.
Oh man.
Your Honor. Due to the circumstances, Miss Franziska Von Karma could not appear in court today. I, Mars Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready, naturally. We get Miles as our prosecutor! Yeah, my boy! It's divorce time, baby, let's go! Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Luckily, I've looked at this case over and familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt Ongard.
The court acknowledges the prosecution.
Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. I need to be an even bigger asshole. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Witness, your name and occupation.
My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct. For now. For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Gumshoe.
Prosecution has no need for a depressed witness.
God.
Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe.
Yes, sir. Any for you, Edgeworth.
Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight.
Yeah. Would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. And he was struggling for interest. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. Fairfax the case? Oh. Is it supposed to be like a part of all the bears that we've seen in Fairfax? I think that's the joke there.
That's fun.
I think that's what that's supposed to be.
What's going on?
This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes Award ceremony, mister. The victim, Han Cordair, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the case, cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room? Yes, sir. Both the victim and defendant went alone to their rooms, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yay.
Now we get to press all the questions. Oh, press everything.
Give me all the juicy deets, Gumshoe.
Could you please give us a brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony? Okay, pal. The ceremony started at 6 PM. It ended around 8 PM. And then there was a short break. A special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later. That's when the victim's body was found, correct?
Which is to say the murder occurred during that 30-minute break period.
Just continue with your testimony, detective. Actually, like, I don't think that's very important, but it's like good to know kind of thing. Like
Good to know, yeah.
sometimes you just get like, oh, funny lines, but that was just like, oh, this is actually like good to know. Weird for this game. Sometimes when you get like a proper answer from someone, where you're like, oh, this doesn't seem important to press.
I'm gonna give you the deets.
The person who discovered the victim's body was Adrian Andrews, correct? Yeah. Who is this Adrian Andrews you're talking about? He's the defendant's Matt Ungard's manager. She's a real pretty lady, sir. So she's a pretty lady. Wonder if she will grace us with her presence.
Gotta go, Judge.
When the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to get Matt Ungard. After visiting his room, she went to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir. I see. And that's when she found the victim's body. Definitely be murder. Case of death wasn't that because Mr. Cordia was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Now, real pro's attention would be drawn here to this bandana. Banana. My brain was like, that's not bandana. And I was like, oh, he's just saying banana.
Judge, please. Because I know you haven't had lunch yet, but come on, man.
I was also looking at bandana. I was like, banana. Like the first time I saw it, and then when I saw banana, I was like, that's not right. His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, so. Yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana. Then what about the knife? It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murderer in our hands here. Strangulation, then stabbed. Interesting.
Oh boy.
8:15 was when he was killed. Why do you think that? Because it was empty, pal. The Jammy Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar, and we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh. And how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? Oh, we thought of that too, but... What? The only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? I see. So much for my theory then. Ooh!
We got the guitar case.
That was that's noted. Bears. Is
that in...
Bear's got his fingerprints. What?
I'm trying to see if that, like, era is in the eras thing.
I thought that was right. Like, I know Bears, but I guess it'd be B-E-R-A. B-R... Yeah.
It's not on the list, no.
Is Bears not using that? Context?
B-A-R-E-S. That's Bear the animal bear.
Yeah, I thought that you could use bears.
No.
Carry the weight of support? Yeah. Carry the weight of support. It's like you can use that indoor.
Sure.
Be able to
I've
accept
never seen it used like that.
No, that is like the correct thing because like the bees form large colonies and need the thick branches of tall trees to bear the weight of their nest. So I guess that works.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we have a guitar case now.
There is Bear, like the animal.
I really like making bear puns with this guy. He spends more than his bears. He died. Come on, man.
No. Oh yeah. So I'm just like looking. I didn't realize how much you could use Bear. Turn and proceed in a specific direction. Bear left and follow the old drove road.
Okay.
Oh, here it is. It's of a tree or plant. You use Bear that way, as well.
Okay.
Then, what other meanings does BIE? No, not much. Which is really funny. So yeah, there's someone to be Bear. That addition, basic and simple. He outlined the bare essentials of the story, and then the other one is like, yeah, that's really it. That's interesting. That I was like, oh, that's right, and then you're like, no, that's wrong. There are no bears.
Yeah. I don't know.
Seems like that. Nothing to do with them, man. I guess this is all just pressing to find out more stuff. We're convinced you had nothing to do with the case. The car wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well then, where is it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Han Claudia, had apparently only taken the case with himself. Do you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel. Yeah, that's right. That's really hard. It really had nothing to do with the case after all.
I believe there's enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt on guard? Because there was a reason enough to suspect him.
Here it comes. Looks like Edward's back in full swing.
Oh, God.
Very well, Detective Gubby, please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. Why arrest on guard? Matt on guard and Han Cordia were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the jamming ninjas button. It was ripped off of the ninja costume and was found in Mr. Ungard's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also found. Were all over the knife. The defendant brought the knife from the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife. Used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. Here's more of it. Bears the victim's blood and on guard's fingerprints. In the grip. Gatewater is engraved. So it's made definitely from Gatewater.
Yeah.
And there's this button that was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? This button's also covered in blood. Yes. We know that the blood on it is the victim's, sir. The victim's blood, sir. What? Kevin did his button then.
Oh no.
All of these points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it?
Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, right?
I was like clicking because I was like, oh, his dialogue's finished, but it just took a moment to get the rest, so I just skipped that.
He has more shit to sort.
I find the hole in your argument somehow.
You can press as hard as you like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions.
Sure.
You've been back for 5 minutes, Edward, and you're already being an asshole. Come on, man.
I'm sorry, Edward, but have you seen how good our pointless questioning is?
We're an expert at it.
We get to our answer at some point. Just give us a
Eventually,
few moments.
I'll get there when I get there.
In terms of popularity, Mr. Ungard won, did he not? Yeah. But you know what's ironic about? Claudia was always one step behind Mr. Ungard in everything. This year it seemed like he'd finally caught up, ready for the big final showdown. But Mr. Conda lost the Grand Prix in the end. It was too bad. He must have been pretty downhearted after losing. Say anything? Just a second here. This guy was beating Mitsukoru in the popularity polls. Oh yeah, I guess, but which means that in the defendant's eyes, the victim was not a rival at all. Which means he had no motive to kill at all. Yes, I quite agree. Well, detective? It's not, well, I guess if you put it that way, then yeah, the defendant would have had no motive.
Detective, I'm beginning to see why you were fired.
He's not fired yet. He's not out of the job yet. If we drag out the case, he will never be fired.
Oh my god.
No, not you too, Mr. Otoef, sir. That's...
I look forward to your pension negotiations.
No. Now,
Oh
detective. Let's continue with the testimony. No, not my poor pension, too.
Detective. Oh god. Detective, if you value your money, I suggest you proceed.
Yes, sir. We can talk about my pension later, sir. What about what I was saying? Hello? Anyone?
Hello? Anyone?
Hey, I know I'm not presenting. I just wanted to... Oh, go choose 31. Yeah, they would, if he's in there for long enough, they could sort out the pension stuff for him ahead of time.
Yeah.
You have any proof that button belonged to the victim? Oh, what do you mean, Beth? Let me put it this way. I'm asking you if you have any evidence to back up your claim that this button was ripped off of the German Ninja's costume. I guess, I was like, what is he going on about? Like, Phoenix is making sense of just like, is this button actually from the costume or is it from like a spare kind of thing?
Yeah.
This is a good way. Or just like somewhere in the button.
Yeah.
But can't you tell by just looking at it? And the victim's blood is on it.
That's not good enough.
Anyone could have smeared that blood on there afterward. Mr. Echo, help me, sir. Right, I knew it had to be this piece of evidence. Now to rinse.
Red.
Huh?
The button was attached to the costume by thread, obviously. And that thread snapped when the button was torn off. You match up the ends of the thread on the costume with the threads on the button. It's a perfect match.
Yeah, that's it. They're a perfect match, pal.
That's Edgeworth for you. Never misses a beat.
I'm fucking love that Gumshoe becomes smug after he asks for help.
Yeah.
So, yep. I knew it all along. When was the button found? Very soon after the body was found, we rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Cordia. And then when we did a search on the mall, that's when we found the button. So it was almost immediately after the murder.
The police didn't have the free time to lollygag and play tricks. Unlike some people.
Hey, what's he trying to say about me here?
Hey.
How were the fingerprints arranged on the knife? Huh? What do you mean, pal? By examining the fingerprint, you can determine how the defendant held the knife. For example, did he hold it normally or overhanded? Oh, that's what you meant. Well, we didn't actually think of that. I can't believe the bumbling of this department.
Hopeless. Were you paying attention to the testimony, Mr. Wright? The defense fingerprints were all over the knife. There's no way to determine how that knife was held at the moment of murder.
Was the defendant the owner of this knife, then? There's no way this was a premeditated murder, even if he brought the knife. Okay, this isn't some pocket knife. It doesn't fold, so it's not great for walking around with either. Well, this is not good. The prosecution can prove it was a premeditated murder done for.
Phoenix.
Oh, I know. Yes?
There's something very interesting about what the detective said just now. Think carefully before it's too late.
Uncovered in the victim's blood, and a knife with it, unguarded fingerprints.
Being grateful, if the judge were more rash, he'd have already pounded his gavel in closing.
We're still in the world of trouble.
Well, before any battle, you must find your enemy's weakness. So let's find the weakness in this testimony, no matter how small it may be, okay, Phoenix?
Well, he's saying that he brought the knife, but the knife has got Gatewater engaged in it.
Yeah, like...
It's not his knife.
He couldn't have brought it if it wasn't... Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. It's not I'm glad that the game sometimes tells you, like, this is what we're supposed to be looking at. This is what we're trying to stop. Or, like, what you're going against. That's the wrong button.
Nice.
Yeah. He brought it. Present the knife. Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument is that this was a premeditated murder. Is simply that. My client brought a knife beforehand. That's right, pal. The defendant. Did not buy this knife. Huh? Take a good look at the handle of this knife, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? It has Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater. I think I've heard that name somewhere before.
I'm sure.
You were in it. You were in the Gatewater.
You were there.
That's the name of the hotel. The Gatewater Hotel. Oh.
Uh-oh.
The murder knife was actually property of the hotel. The knife was actually the property of the knife.
The knife was actually property of the knife.
Which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that is very true. This is a very big... What is it, Miss Edgeworth?
I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless.
What?
I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined.
How so?
I admit this knife is hotel property. There's no one currently in the police force that is dumb enough to not realize this. Currently.
But I didn't... Oh. Whimper.
The question is, where did this knife come from?
What? Well, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Claudia's room.
Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect.
Hmm.
The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I'd like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table.
There's a knife and fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from?
If it pleases the court, I'd like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Ongard. Especially what was on top of his table.
I'm glad that I made the thing opaque.
Yeah.
That gets blocked off.
There's something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife. Asshole. We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Ongard's knife was missing.
Okay.
Mr. Matt Ongard had gone to the victim's room with a knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? A kill, of course. With that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder.
Well, we can get him, because he had a meal with Adrian at that time. Right? Maybe
I don't know.
Well, there's 2 plates in that, so Adrian had to have eaten with him.
Yeah,
Amazing.
that's true.
Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction.
Seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning.
Must be one of those traps. And I've just walked headlong into it.
What are you fucking looking?
A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There's quite a sizable amount of evidence here.
I can safely say that any further deliberation has wasted Your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court.
It's not yet shown.
He means evidence the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence.
What does the defense have to say about this, right? Well.
Phoenix. The judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here,
That gavel of his will be ringing out the sound of our defeat. That's right. You have something important and necessary to
okay, I will say, pause right now. Save.
Save?
If you present the wrong thing, you will get a game over.
Oh, this is an insta game over?
Insta game over.
That's beautiful. Alright,
So just to have that boy in the background now.
Obviously, it's the badge, right? Alright, Tony's badge?
They haven't seen my badge. They really do need to see.
The press conference, radio transceiver, Lotus camera. which was stolen.
We don't have it. Yeah.
Magazine, I don't think would be useful.
Yeah, there's no like connection right now.
With what what I need to remember is what we've got at the moment, it does not connect to anything. So
yeah, we need to build the foundation first and then.
Yeah. Map's not useful. Guitar we've
got
already
that
got.
here.
A wine glass, maybe?
Right next to the victim.
A photo of his murder, we've already got that. A suicide report.
These are all grabbed during
useful.
court, so they've already seen all these.
No, the suicide reports they haven't.
The suicide reports they haven't. They're not connected right now though.
Yeah, they're not connected. The only thing that connects is maybe the press conference ticket. I don't think it's...
proved. Actually, look at the man who kidnapped my partner. How about this?
How about this mysterious man, the killer?
Have you considered? I know there's a crime going on right now, but have you considered a different one?
Have you considered the killer who is connected to this all?
He's so connected to this, you don't even know.
The only thing I can think of is the wine glass.
I guess.
That's the only thing I can think of that's connected to this, and that's
yeah, because everything's kind of a little too, like, 5 steps away from it all.
We just can't use the radio transceiver here at all at the moment. This is a bit too, like, we've already been in past this.
Yeah, that's not, like, important, question mark.
I love the big number of 16, like, what does that mean? I've noticed that, like, everything else is gibberish and then 16.
I think it's because your number is 16 or something like that.
I assume so.
Ticket number 16?
The only thing I can think of is the wine glass out of everything.
Because that was in the victim's room, at least.
It was in the room.
I don't know what it proves, though.
There's no sign it's been drank. Like, what is with this?
Okay, that is also
because
suspicious.
Remember, I don't know if I can actually see it. Yeah. Remember, like, everything is fucked up here, and the wine glass is fine.
Yeah, and that's, like, perfectly fine. That is weird,
so
yeah.
I think the wine glass has got to be it. That's the only thing that's close to this, tied to this. What the fuck's going on in the thing?
Yeah.
There's one. One piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that has, that this course has yet to see. It's alright. We'll say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I'm giving you one chance, and only one chance.
Well, the judge is saying, right, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here.
Mess this up. Curtains for all of us.
Yeah.
This is where I save. You should have, like, kept it up. Like, not said anything to there. 'Cause that's where...
I was told to save before the option in the guide.
Yeah. I think it's the right glass. Well, like, the other option is that we fucking lose the case if we say there's nothing, alright?
Look, if you lose the case right now, it'll be funny. We consider the fact that it'd be a really funny meme.
Listen, this. The other exit. This is a wine glass. Is it not? Let's look at the photo of the crime scene one more time.
Yes, gross.
It's a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken. His makeup is all over the floor. There were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do you have to say? Well, yes, it's a little peculiar. Yes, isn't it? I thought it was... Stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Cedra?
What is it, Your Honor?
Your opinion?
You don't need my opinion. Because there is no special meaning to that glass.
What?
It's safe to say the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking.
That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright. Don't you really have set the glass down without thinking? It's not been drunk. No signs it's been drank. So he makes it out like that it's...
She was drinking it as she walked in.
Yeah, like she was having it.
But it's untouched.
No way. If I appear weak here, trial's over. And look for my proof later. No, I should trust my instincting. Point of certainty.
You might just fall for it if you're thought-provoking enough.
The defense would like to change the prosecutor's theory. We'd like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. You've turned this situation on its head yet again, as usual. Jeff, do you have any proof to back up your claim? No, he has any. Bluffing.
Like Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have evidence to support it.
What?
You're not thinking hard enough today, right? Do you think this wine glass escaped my notice?
And then?
Of course, it's been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints.
Fingerprints?
There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass.
Anyone? Well, whose were they?
They were not the victims nor the defendants. Rather, they were of one Adrian Andrews.
What? Mine was updated. I don't just think no longer. It's not drug. It's just bad.
Yeah.
Andrew's fingerprint.
That's why I said the person who discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright?
Okay. I can't believe I fell into another trap.
Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Corrido. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser.
What you just said makes a lot of sense.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. Now do you see, right? You can't change any part of my scenario, as it explains everything all too well.
Okay.
I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I've come to discover.
Wait a second. Cedric. I think the prosecutor has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict.
Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. Prosecution is yet another witness we would like the court to hear from.
Another witness?
Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking?
I guess that was right. This feels like I got a bad end, but apparently I got the right answer to make him...
No, that's correct.
Fucking get him to monologue more. Like...
Yeah.
I have picked
He's like,
everything.
you fool, you absolute fucking fool. I'm gonna bury you even further with another witness, and that's his fucking weak link. We can get him.
Yeah, because he had a verdict, but then he was like, no, I gotta show off that I've got...
No, fuck you. I'm gonna dig this shit into Phoenix's skull. I need to rub this one in.
I'm gonna show up why you should have broken up with me.
No. I need to flex. I need to thoroughly destroy your argument.
I think that's...
No stone left unturned, motherfucker.
I'm glad that I was right. That I was able to pick the right options there.
Yeah. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Oh, I swear you made a mistake.
Pick the worst one.
Why did you pick this witness? Witness, your name and occupation, please.
You don't work.
Gotcha!
Triple wrong.
No! I don't think he knew it was all back under the helmet!
Wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier.
Oh, edgy boy, what's it been a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me. I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet?
I thought she's still in costume.
Yeah. It was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand. That's an amazing nickname. I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today I'm going to tell you anything and everything. Even things I don't have to do with that terrible crime.
Even anything that doesn't have to do. God, it's the worst. The worst
Oh, she'll tell you everything that doesn't have to do with that crime, alright?
Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know.
Gosh, I'm talking to my dear edgy wedgie right now. Oh my god. Don't interrupt us, Gramps.
Yes, ma'am.
No, no, no. Please, by all means, interrupt her. Please. Anyways, witness your testimony, please. You know what? It's true what they say. It's true what they say that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, edgy. Now then, what should I start with? The witness was on the security detail at the hotel the night of the murder. Is this correct, Miss Oldbag? It was a great job being able to see my dear Juan. It was almost too much for a little heart to handle.
You mean you were a fan of the victim?
Look, everyone is crazy over that on-guard, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me, I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I've no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Carino.
But those two were the same age.
Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night. You do what? Very well, please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder. Leave it to me, edgy poo! Oh my god.
It's been a whole case away from her that I forgot what she was fully like.
You forgot exactly what it meant to have her on the witness stand.
What you witnessed?
Anyways, after the ceremony, I went to pace around his hallway in front of his room. Then there was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. There was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was on guard, Matt on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room.
Mr. On-Guard came out from the victim's room.
See, it has to be him. He's the murderer.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. What do you witness? Go to press everything. Miss Oldbag, what was your post on that night?
Bobby, I was supposed to help set up the stage for that trifling show. I refused to help, I'll have you know it was for that lead-headed samurai show.
It is, instead of saying, this is the nickel.
Yeah.
Say another
lead-headed. Oh my god. They would check out a few of the nails. You're admitting to a crime.
It was a good thing the show didn't go on.
Besides, that manager with the glasses seemed to be working hard at seemed to be working hard at it without me. So I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little.
That's when you went to hang around the victim's store.
There was something I was interested in getting.
Something you were
It's your
interested in?
mum.
And just, what was that?
It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know. It's top secret between me and Juan. And Edgy Poo, of course.
Etc. What is this thing she was interested in?
Please don't include me in this. I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor.
Gossip?
Should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended to our testimony later. It looks like we shouldn't force it right now.
Did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's store the entire time?
I did, motherfucker. I was there the whole time.
And would you tell us the number of people who went in and out of Mr. Garuda's room?
No. I have no idea. I wasn't born, so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention in class. That's why ever since I turned 20, I could quit keeping track of how old I really am.
Yes, well, that would explain why your age was not included in the report. That's why she's never shown with an age.
She just doesn't know it. In any case, the witness then saw someone, correct? Amazing.
Chaotic. Who in the world was that?
I'm not allowed to say. This sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The man that came out of Juan's room, it was... He was...
Yes, he was.
I'm too scared. I can't say his name out loud.
What I would give to have Francisca's whip right now. Right about now.
Oh my god. Well, I guess I can tell you, since he was such a bad boy anyway.
Just a nuisance line.
Oh yeah.
She already said. So my client, are you sure about that?
Yes, see?
Really?
Annoying brat, when I say I saw someone, I saw that person.
I don't get the sense of deja vu. Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year. We should delve into this a bit further. I guess this is a press and not a, like, not evidence, so I don't think I can pick any, and then if she doesn't continue, I can press again and get back to this, right?
Yeah, I think.
You think? Such a... Thank you for being so useful.
Switch his tab over to the guy. Show your eyes.
I say close. We had that in the last one. It's very good to know.
Yeah, I think the vibe is like, maybe the crime is the same crime.
You tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail.
What a troublesome man you are, really, as if something like that matters.
But it does.
Now, what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing.
What thing?
Your mother. That gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket.
Oh, he was wearing that at the detention center too.
That's things meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men.
Right. Mr. Wright, is this testimony just now important or relevant in any way?
Mm, I don't know, was it?
I mean, there is the gossip, but we can't force it out. But if we let this go away, we've lost the case, right?
Any new testimony is good testimony.
I say it's very important. Of course it was important, Your Honor.
Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important.
Did you see it at all? I request that the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony. Oh, okay. Oh, it was about that part. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must.
Okay, it's been added to this, which is interesting. Interesting. I wonder if Impressing still get more parts. Can I get more parts added to this? Oh, no, it's just this one's been added, apparently. Are you sure the defendant was wearing a racing jacket?
What do you think? It's not like I've seen him anything other than that horrible thing. I'm sure he was wearing it.
She's so sure of herself that that it's to the point of self-absorption.
She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying.
That's bad for us. Really bad.
But that's how the human mind is. It also has the tendency to jump off topic. She's strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she? That's what makes her a sweet old lady, right? Makes her a sweet old lady, right?
This means you're not the one who has to question her.
I will say, on the new piece of evidence, the new piece of statement, you have to present evidence.
On the new one, on this one. Oh,
Yeah.
Like, the problem is...
I don't know if you, like, have connected the dots yet.
Oh, it's because this, right? It's a button.
Yeah, if he was wearing his jacket, it wouldn't have been found in his hakama.
Yeah,
He wasn't
okay.
wearing his hakama.
No, that makes sense. I was like, what am I not getting? I was like, oh, right, he's not wearing the clothes that they were saying that was found
Yeah,
the
no,
button.
he was wearing his outfit because he was, like, dressed up.
Yeah, well, no, he met him without wearing the costume. So if he, like, he may have been in the room and saw him, but he wasn't in what would have been the murder outfit, basically.
Yeah.
Or the murder clothes.
He wasn't wearing the thing.
Yeah, he would have been in a Nickel Samurai outfit.
I can't believe it's the same case again.
I know.
Someone wore the outfit and then murdered a man in it, and everyone thought it was the guy who wears the outfit?
It's not bad.
What? My name for no reason.
So, by accident, I actually picked the right option.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. But I was just pressing buttons. I was like, sure, I'll pick that one. Yeah.
That'd
You
be
hear my
funny.
uncertainty when I pick options. When I start questioning you about them.
Yeah, Lamau would be funny.
And you've got the guy who knows the correct answers.
Yeah, I'm sitting here like, yeah, Lamau, it'd be funny to do it.
You know what this is?
It's button number 2 on the German ninja costume. How the fuck do you know that?
Oh no, she's an obsessed fan. He's identified it in a single glance.
Give it here, give it here. If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this.
She really is a die-hard fan of one a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Ungard's body during a full body search.
See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it was that rascal on guard.
It was caught in the pleats of his Nickel Samurai Hakama pants.
See? And on guard is the nipple samurai.
Witness. No. No, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination. But just now, didn't you say that the defendant right on guard was wearing his usual racing jacket?
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. Instead, I have to put up with wearing this particular garment. You agree this outfit is hideous, right? I've got a tape recorder stuck to my chest. Let me tell you, it's heavy, so heavy. I wish I would have switched to CDs years ago, but they kept on dreaming life for the kids out there, so work hard with smiles to make. Don't you stand now, look in the mirror. Your clothes are about as interesting as a documentary on curling. You should tip a turn it from Eddie movie. He's got style.
You did your best.
I only missed like one text box set.
You did your best. It's chaotic to try and keep up with that.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Now hold your tongue still. There was there for 1 second. So what you saw in actually was not Mr. Ungard, the man, but Mr. Ungard, the Nickel Samurai.
What do you think about it? They're the same guy, aren't they? They really one and the same anyway.
It's not bad. This is very important point we're talking about.
Do you think so too?
Well, it might be something that worth considering.
Just say it's important and agree with me for a change.
The divorce is going well.
Goodness. Think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify.
Alright, if you insist.
Should be the I should be the one saying, not you. Who I saw.
On God, yes, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai, that's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yeah, it would have been... Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go through that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know.
His costume covered in blood?
So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan.
The problem is that it's... I don't think it would take that long to put on the outfit, but the Juan was murdered at 8:15.
Mm.
There would have been plenty of time for them to get in costume, walk out. Oh, like, way too long.
Yeah.
Between that and when they had to be out. I knew it.
He's got shit to do.
I knew you would say he was inside that costume.
What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside the costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things.
But the possibility does exist.
Youngins today, I told you there's no way for it was anyone else.
How do you know that?
Yes, I said so. What I say is the truth.
She's just as delightful as a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Mr. Wright, what the fuck is wrong with this?
Which great chaotic for this case. I won't bother about pressing that because I feel like that's just her rambling, trying to remember.
She's just going on about it.
Be a little bit more careful with this, Freddy, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket. Now he's not?
Not too long ago? Did you mean 5 minutes ago? Let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream?
Huh?
What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper?
My dream, huh? Well, I wanted to be
What? Okay, Phoenix, I guess.
Judge Wackaner, hero of the public's court. So what?
See? Look where you are now. You're not Judge Wagner now, are you? Are you?
Well,
what I said earlier. Who puts weight into things like that? And now is everything. I'm gonna be held responsible for the past.
When did God become theatrics over testimony?
Oh, he took the edges of testimony. What matters is that man was inside that costume. Isn't that enough?
Oh, that's the achievement.
Yep.
That was the accidental achievement one. The press all bags claim that it was the Nickel Samurai. Judge Wackenar's achievement name.
Judge Wackenar.
Was
The next one is getting a bad ending later. Don't worry about it.
Later. I didn't know if that was that part before or later. We've almost got all the. We're getting through all the achievements. Not many.
Yeah.
Presser. Where would that be?
That way no one could see his face, of course.
But there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you would think the costume would make him stand out all the more.
Such an annoying child, you know that? You disgrace. You disagree with everything I say.
Isn't that what you're always doing to me?
I got it. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume.
Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony, sir?
Well, all the contestants were supposed to go on stage in a friendly gesture thing.
That included the jamming ninja?
Of course it included him. That's why when On Guard came out of dear Juan's room, I didn't give it a second thought.
I see.
Well, anyway.
Let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai?
As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning?
I've thrown it in the towel yet.
You don't need to think too hard on this one.
Huh?
There's a contradiction in her testimony and it's sitting in plain sight. The question is what the contradiction means for us.
I'll have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay.
What are you talking about, Mia?
God.
Oh yeah, there is a contradiction.
I don't think of where and what we have that contradicts, because that's the other problem. I don't know.
It's something to do with what outfit he was wearing would mean for a piece of evidence.
It would have been meaning for him to wear his costume during the murder.
If he was wearing his costume during the murder, I mean something else doesn't add up.
If he was wearing the costume during the murder...
The murder?
Was the costume in the room?
Take a look at it. That glossy image so you can see what the costume looks like. Behold, it's him.
It's him. The arm? Oh yeah.
Hmm?
Oh, he doesn't have the that would be the...
That would be, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's supposed to be the Hakama.
There's something about this that contradicts a different piece of evidence.
I read what she's fucking...
What did she say? What did she say?
Uh. He's stabbing for. Oh, he wasn't even. He didn't even know what's going on.
Well, he was strangled and then stabbed.
I don't know. We don't have an image of Jim.
I mean, he's wearing his outfit there, so.
Yeah, but I thought I was trying to make sure there was stuff with him.
Read a couple item descriptions.
Alone on night. He was supposed to do the press costume, do it in his outfit, and all that. Right, that was the thing. Who's doing the press conference?
Yes.
He was doing it in his costume.
Nickel Samurai, so that is Matt on guard in costume.
Empty case, wine glass. Oh, he wouldn't have been able to put the fingerprints on the knife.
Yeah, his costume has gloves.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was like, looking. The thing that got me to it was the wine glass and their fingerprints.
Yeah, the fingerprints, yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, fingerprints. That makes sense. Yeah, I did point it out, and then my brain just didn't make any more connections after I pointed out that they had a robot arm. Like, that's where my brain stopped.
Yeah.
It was like, robot arm. And then that was the whole plot.
I was sitting here wondering the entire time, how the fuck does that robot arm fit over your arm? It really doesn't look like it would.
Yeah, that was the other question I had to it. Like,
it really doesn't look like that fits over your arm.
Yeah, it looks like he just doesn't have an arm.
Yeah.
That was like, I think the point I was bringing up, and just like, there was no more for.
Robot arm. Behold, robot arm.
I guess it would be this, and then we present the knife.
If you thought.
I think
That just strengthens my theory that someone else has stolen his costume.
Yeah.
Is that our theory?
Yeah, I think that's our theory, is that it wasn't him in the costume.
I can't believe it's the same case that we did like a year ago.
So he must have worn the costume when he was stabbing, and then we present the knife. I feel like it's the best, because we couldn't have done the stabbing, because he would have had to see.
The proof is, if the fingerprints prove that he did the stabbing, and he was wearing gloves.
I'm assuming you're presenting the knife.
Yeah.
I'm assuming this could be a present knife, or no, I think just knife. Please take a look at this.
Yeah, so it's a knife, big deal. You're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work.
No, that's not my intention at all. That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case? You don't have to ask it, because it's the defendant's yeah, you don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it.
Is that what you're driving at? Ow.
That's exactly what I'm driving at. What are you driving at? Whose car are you driving? Where are you driving?
Where are we going?
Where are we going? If Mr. Unga was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints of this knife right off. Oh, that's right. The Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he?
He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. Why? Why would he do that?
And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There's no way he would do something like that.
However, there is one possibility.
Then let's hear your possibility.
It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. At that time, the defendant had no intent to murder. Probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off.
But the murder still did take place.
It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendants and the victim.
Yes. I've heard that before. Well, Mr. What do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory? Let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, had no intention of killing him. Now up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? Yes, because we are going off with that it was premeditated, right?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
That means it ain't premeditated.
Yeah, it no longer becomes it's premeditated. Because at that point, if you kill...
that would be a crime of passion.
Yeah, it was a crime of the... passion? Like, the crime of the moment. More like, it's a spur of the moment murder.
Meditated.
So, it not becomes...
murder. First degree murder is premeditated murder. Which is a planned and intentional killing.
Yeah.
While not murder or manslaughter typically refers to unintentional killings often due to recklessness or heat of the moment without prior intent.
Yeah, I thought it was manslaughter or something of that side. Yeah, so now this
That's
is...
still a crime he's getting charged with though.
It's
and
still
we need
a
him to
crime.
not be doing that.
But it does change...
It's a lesser crime.
It does change it from he's premeditated. Yeah, you do get
There's a
charged
chink
less.
in your
so-
armor, motherfucker.
Yes? This very contradicts something in an earlier early testament.
What are you babbling about?
Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Unguard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. Why am I showing bits of evidence?
What evidence are you presenting?
I don't know. I've been forced into this.
Oh.
This wasn't. This wasn't me.
No. It's impossible to him without any intent to murder. Because he brought the knife with him into the room.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're proving with that, but that's the contradiction. Why are we... Okay, I don't know what we're proving right now, but we sure are proving it.
We are doing something. We're just showing the knife again.
I think it's just show the knife again. Because like it's impossible for the killer to have gone into the room without intent to kill because he brought the knife with him.
Yeah, no, it's... This thing has a whole weird theory because also on top of that, he would have had to bring the knife. The weirdest part...
Okay, I think what it is, I think the point is that he's saying the killer and not Matt.
Yeah.
So he's trying to be like, the person who went into the room with intent to kill was not my client.
So, here's the theory that Edgeworth has brought to us, is that Matt went in, had a chat with him, and then killed him.
They hung out.
Without
It got
intent.
ugly real quick. I somehow accidentally strangled him and decided to stab him after the fact.
The previous
Casually.
theory was that Matt went in
It was
with the
premeditated.
knife and stabbed him. Both can't happen because
Yeah,
one went...
in the second theory, why did he bring the knife?
Why would he bring the knife if he
In
wasn't
the
going
first
there?
theory, why did he bring the knife with fingerprints?
Yeah.
In the first theory, how did he get the fingerprints there? In the second theory, why did he bring the knife?
Yes, so it's all around the knife.
The knife is the contradiction. It shouldn't be here.
This knife. This was used by Mr. Unguard at dinner. Yes, we did establish that. Which means that if my client was, in fact, the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Cordia.
I suppose.
However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant had no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, wouldn't he? Would he?
Hmm.
Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from
Supposition.
supposition 1.
Little gun.
And one more thing. if the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees on a hive. The fucking guy tied a string to it and slowly dangled it, stabbed it.
like how they did the TARDIS effects in the old Doctor Who. Just wiggled it.
You know, when you couldn't have any motion, so there's this like, you know, one guy with a fishing line and a knife.
Yeah.
To make it look like it's floating through the air. That brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. It is very interesting, this knife.
Yeah. What the fuck is the knife doing?
Order, I say. Order in the court. Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing?
I want you to that is. Would the murderer do such a thing?
Would he really?
Would he?
To frame Matt, I think is the...
Yeah, it's got Matt's fingerprints on it.
It's to frame my client, Mr. Ungard, of course. To frame? We're not talking about photos.
Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? So what are you doing? Objection, fuck you.
But we just established that the witness saw the Nickel Samurai in the costume. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife.
Witness.
Looks like I made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Edgy Poo?
Just imagine, you've just like fucked stuff up royally. It's like, oh, I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult. And just walk away.
It just leaves.
It's your problem now.
Witness, did you or did you not really see the Nickel Samurai?
Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but...
Are you saying you mixed up Mr. Ungard with the Nickel Samurai as his character on TV?
I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around the front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai, that's for sure.
He wasn't waiting for the Nickel Samurai. Right then. Who were you waiting around for, then?
A top secret to anyone outside of security.
I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Cordia. Am I correct, witness?
The way you think, you're a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness.
Amateur? Me? What a bad amateur of. The old bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room. But it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Cordia.
Maybe, Phoenix. Maybe the old bag was waiting around for that person.
If it's who I think Mia's hinting about, it's certainly possible. So, you're waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? I gotta show people, right? This is the show person.
Profile, yeah.
And it's Adrian because of the gossip that we've had. I was like, oh, it's the gossip scene. No, we've got to show her.
And then we can bring the gossip into it.
Yeah. Who is this person?
What the fuck are you?
Adrian Andrews, Mr. Ungard's manager. But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room?
It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Why do you have the gossip mag?
Oh, this is. Ah, I see. That seems to be really into the article. If it can be called such a thing. And this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's...
Adrian Andrews, without a doubt. The witness thought so as well.
Oh, looks like you found me out.
that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then.
Witness. Wonder what are you?
Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. I've got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source.
A lot is gonna be brought into this.
You still haven't found her camera.
Yeah.
That's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course.
But what for?
Oh, just myself. Personal reasons and all that.
Well, Miss Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here?
I really don't want to do this, however, I cannot simply let this point slide.
I see. Very
We're
well,
talking
then.
gossip, I guess.
Witness, please testify about this secret information.
Get ready. This is going to take the wind out of you, youngins.
I'm sure we're all capable of handling this, really. It's not like you're 10, we're 10 years old.
I've never heard gossip as juicy as this.
Secret information.
On guard is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret, you got that? Nobody else but you and me can know yet, okay? You, me, the judge, and this entire courtroom.
The entire courtroom that's listening in on it.
Gotta keep a secret, okay?
The defendant sent his manager for a distasteful topic for this court.
What? Nobody's above gossip. Isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant?
Never heard that one before. Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person?
What the fuck is going on? We've looked into this matter. And found that the truth that the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip.
But should this be true, then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim. This means I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Be careful, the old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right, on guard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth.
Well, as the old saying goes, you've got to burn old bags with fire. What saying?
It's a saying he desperately wants to be true.
Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone.
Oh my god.
My god. This is chaotic.
This is going well.
Is there any gimmick, or was they just warning me for no reason? Like, this is like a little dialogue.
I don't
If
see a
you're-
gimmick.
If you're not told, then that's fine. I'll just save here,
Yeah.
'cause this trial's been going on for quite a bit. Or this whole section.
There is a gimmick, I have not been told it.
I'm just saving just because in case anything bad happens and I didn't save close enough, then I'm just gonna be forged back. So it's just like, yeah. I've been forgetting to save after every like start of these trial parts.
Yeah.
Can't say something like that without proof. That's just slander.
But it's true, that woman was getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says so right here, doesn't it? Manager to the stars, Miss A.A.
But the name of this magazine, the magazine this comes from, is Gossipland.
Are you saying that gossip is all just a pack of lies? What do you know? I suppose next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% truth. Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip.
Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright. discriminate. When did I do anything like that?
Anyways, on God will never get me to say touche.
That is funny.
Jesus fucking Christ.
The touche thing is funny. It's
So
gonna.
fun, you should
What do you mean by that?
You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in middle school these days?
No, I wasn't asking what the word scandal means. Even I know that much.
Oh, that on God thought he could own a monopoly on popularity. Let's do that.
Can I any
Shit
proof
or whatever, I don't know.
that Mr. Ongar did any such thing?
You must be suffering from shock. The shock of hearing the truth. And now, since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything right.
You're right. I can't do anything. But boy, do I wish I could do something about you.
All right then, Sonny, show me what you got. Show me the proof that Ongar didn't bear any ill will towards Juan.
Oh god. I don't think we have anything. We have him. So he has said to us, so he's like, that he didn't actually really hate it. Like, he doesn't hate him and that. Like, he wouldn't want to kill him. But that was a verbal talking. We don't have those evidence.
I don't know.
This is way too far ahead to show the suicide report.
Yeah,
There's
they don't
nothing.
even know any of this shit happened.
I don't know if we have anything.
I don't know. We might not.
Yeah. I just need a superstar in an ultra hot mega secret love scam.
Oh my goodness.
I love all the adjectives to it. Yeah, I don't think we actually have anything that can prove at the moment.
I'll have to back down from this.
Claim the options percent. Don't have anything to offer.
See, just as I thought. And you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. You just give me a free pass to say whatever I want, whenever I want, silly boy.
Me and my big mouth.
That's the way the cookie crumbles. For you, anyway. I cannot condone such dirty tricks.
What do you mean by I took action?
I already told you I was lying in wait close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was going to capture her and teach her a good lesson, something you youngins need.
You're going to teach her a good lesson.
I was going to make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun.
Stop.
No.
Well, it was too bad that woman didn't come through the door that night.
Yeah. He's either you said this is going on. Wait.
When tea time with the kids is over.
Speak of information that no one else knows. Yeah. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information?
Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drill the hole in my brain, you'll never find out.
I never did that all by that. It's such a secret piece of information. Oh. I don't think we can use lotters. Oh, we could. It's got the
Tell her
tablet.
about the victim was in the case. Yeah.
I feel like
I forgot that was in there.
I feel like presenting it as evidence. Presenting
It'd be
evidence
funny.
here would be the good call. Not
Yeah,
pressing
fucking
it.
call her out. She deserves it. Cancel her on twitter.com.
But no one else is supposed to know the secret information, correct? That's true. What do you know? What do you know it, Miss Bag?
Oh, why are you looking at me like that? Stop that.
Witness. I had to say it.
I just... Oh.
I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret information, isn't it? She stole the camera.
She fucking took it.
Because she's security, she could claim it. And then she looked at it.
Yeah.
That's why she knows
She's like,
about it.
ooh.
And I don't think
Fuck off.
Lotta knows it. I
Mm,
don't think Lotta was going to tell her.
yeah.
The investigative photographer Lotta Hart. Yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing? On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her,
Outrage. He cut off outrageous.
outrage,
Yeah, impressions.
impressions about the relationships between the victim and Miss Andrews.
What? Outrageous ideas, you say?
No. I said impressions.
Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless?
Ah, that's it. That's the note.
Ah. No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy!
And you are the one who took Mr. Hart's note?
I'm a huge fan of wands, that's why. That infamous puppy-head whippersnapper. She's working with that evil on guard. She sent so herself. On guard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. Wasn't checking what she had written.
I love the music just fucking cuts on.
Just quiets down, yeah. Hey, Jifu, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. You really should come up with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Okay, that was pretty good, Rice.
That is awesome. Hey, can I note this for my thumbnail? I think
Yeah, screenshot that one, boy.
this is a good one to fucking grab. I need to note that the other one I have is for the other episode.
Yeah.
Because I didn't actually upload that one. That's episode 7, I believe. Is it 143, 48, EP9. Yeah, so we had 8 in between. I don't remember. I'll recheck which ones I haven't uploaded, because the last one that hasn't been uploaded is... There's numbering. I can figure that out myself.
Yeah.
Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this this once. It was actually it's really sorry. Do I forgive her?
Why would I forgive her?
Why? This is important information. Pile more pressure.
Pile on more pressure.
Well, let up on her now. Look at away. I have to find some way to inflict a defeat. Yeah? Oh, deafening blow. To the prosecution. Witness. You said that the only thing you stole was that note. Yeah, also she's lying. She took the camera
Also,
as
she
well.
lied. Yeah.
Is this correct?
Stole? Why you don't listen more carefully? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from terrible lonely trash can, that's all.
You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it.
Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again?
Miss Elbeck. I don't believe that that note is the only thing you stole that night. Present the camera again, because it was stolen.
Yeah.
Miss Elbeck. The note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweetie 1600 camera disappeared on me. Why? Witness!
What is it, Gramps?
If you have that note, then it is only logical that you have the camera too.
Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for?
That's...
What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know. I still eat meals like you. I fall in love and borrow things from people.
I think your definition of borrow is a little off.
I saw that woman's business card when that's when I noticed it said Slimeback Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. That's when I saw, and when I saw that, I had to know what sort of picture she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things.
Bailiff, check this camera's photos. Hurry. You must examine them at once. I didn't even get a dialogue option for that, like to continue.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have?
There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case.
Please present it to the
The
court.
others are just selfies and photos of the food she's eaten.
This is the Nickel Samurai.
See, I told you, that's the guy I saw.
This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. No. How's this photo added to the courtroom? What does this all mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, his own confession, Mr. Ungard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume.
If that's the case, then this Nickel Samurai is...
The defendant.
We've gone full circle back to him being in the case.
Fuck!
Oh, this will run around just to get back into the... It was him.
God damn it!
With decisive evidence.
How did we do
I
this?
don't know.
How did this happen?
How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client?
No.
This photo really is decisive. Then we're done for. If I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. Can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. Photo that Lotta took. There's... He... Yep, he is definitely coming out of Cordia's room. And I make sure of that. and that the photo wasn't of him coming out of his own room.
Mm.
I'm trying to think of what would be strange about it.
There has to be something strange about it.
There has to be, otherwise we'd lose this all. But what is the question? Or I pick options and not.
Go back over the evidence. I want to
You want to
ponder it.
You're.
Want to ponder my orb.
I just want to check. You've not looked at the guide?
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah, like because I know you forget what's on the guide, so I just wanted to see if you're actually like trying to figure out with me. We
Yeah, we're
have
pondering it.
a photo of the Nickel Samurai, which I can show. This is what he looks like.
We know this man. He doesn't have his spear thing.
Hang on. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. I was wondering if he had the arm in the wrong one.
I think it's like swinging back, so you can't like see it.
No, I thought that the robot arm was on like the wrong one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
How'd that even happen?
Yeah, it could happen. Someone who doesn't know the outfit.
I guess.
Press conference ticket. Seems like the next samurai is to press something after the press samurai stage show. The radio, which I don't think is any importance here. This, I don't think is any importance here. Camera.
We're all up to our failing fucking court case. Actually, look at my walkie-talkie. It's filled with evil.
The magazine, an article from tabloid Gossipland. Map the thing, which I've already showed. Which we do know he's like here.
Yeah.
The guitar case that's empty. Had them spilled water. Did they
The fingerprints and the fingerprints.
It was filled with images.
Filled with
Andrew's
fingerprints. Everyone has so many fingerprints.
Crime photo. With that. Suicide report, which I don't think is going to be useful. The other suicide report.
Which is also not very useful.
Finds autopsy, time of death. Step knife. A knife. I think it was there's no button. It was found in his car.
The thing I'm thinking of is like, they keep saying that this is very much like the last case, and in the last one he was caught because, oh it is, like, because the person who was wearing the suit was too short and the legs were dragging.
Yes, no
Which
it is. They are. Look,
Yeah, go back to the photo.
you can see his feet.
You can see his feet! Yeah, the person who's wearing it's too short.
The person who's wearing it. There is something strange with it. I was looking at the pants and I didn't even think of that, but yeah.
Yeah, because the last case was, he was dragging it because it couldn't fit him.
Yeah. There's something strange with this photo.
I knew this was coming, right?
Your thoughts, Miss Edwards?
Felix Wright is an idiot. I can think we'd all agree that there's nothing strange with this photo. There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. With a what?
With a bunker buster. Bunker buster is a type of bomb that is made to drill into, like, to go into a bunker, like in World Wars. Yeah.
All right, I guess.
That's what they're made for.
It's the things we do for the pun.
Yeah, it just goes for the pun. Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Rep?
Yeah.
Anyway, let's look at the photo one more time.
Look at this graph.
You really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo? Then you should only need one chance, correct? Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. The heck did, where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she, take a good shot, especially when it counts?
I am.
Now then,
You need a fucking
let's see
roaster
your
like that,
objection.
Jesus.
What's strange about this photo? Yeah. One to the pants. Oh, I noticed that we have no point. Like, we would die there.
Yeah.
I would like to direct the court's attention to this area right here.
Look at his
3.2.
feet.
His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And what does that mean? The costumed person in this photo could not have been Mr. Ungard. What is the meaning of this?
What the fuck are you saying? What if you'd care to elaborate with actual facts, that is?
Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama. His socks. You can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up, up just to walk.
Is he?
Or
Like, his hand is gripped by his side, but it doesn't look like he's pulling the pants up.
like, there's a lot wrong, like how he's holding his hand.
My boy's a little too stance.
Yeah, I think it might be this with like the other arm. That's why
Yeah.
it's so straight. There's only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant.
I told you, Miss Edgeworth.
Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time.
That's curious.
What is?
Edgeworth is unusually calm today.
That's true.
He's just letting this trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride.
Along for the ride. What do you mean by that?
I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all.
Still under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all?
Fuck!
Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt in Ungard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has been meaningless.
I figured it would come to this. Fuck.
What?
What's him up your sleeve now? Right, I have something I wanted to ask you. Did you still think about me a year later? I think you've proven the person inside this costume is not Matt on guard. In that case, who is this a photo of? Don't give me that power.
Oh,
I'll throw out wild fucking
here's
theories.
the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume.
It's just not over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. We should be focused on his Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think?
Yeah, why is he so calm?
Motherfucker, so smug.
That's
You
right.
said you were
Let's hear your thoughts. Who's the person in this photograph? Oh,
Maya!
Maya did it.
Maya did it.
Wait.
He's so short, Pearl's short.
So, yeah, okay, there's just none of these. Will's just way
Why
too
is-
big, so he can't. Lotta's taking the
Lotta was
photo,
taking the photo.
and she can't.
One is dead.
One is dead. Matt
Matt,
can't
we
beat
don't
her.
want it to be Matt.
Obag
Wait.
wouldn't. Like, just
Yeah,
wouldn't.
she wouldn't have killed him.
The other person is Adrian.
So let's just fucking dead. So we only have Adrian.
Yeah, the only option.
By process of elimination.
Adrian Andrews? If you want to know who that Nickel Samurai is, none other than this woman.
Then why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her?
For starters, she's short, and she can freely move it in and out of Mr. Ungard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Ungard that night. How does that all add up? It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Ungard's fingerprints all over it. A knife that was used as the murder weapon.
Why don't you just say what? Why don't you just say what it is you want, right?
After this now. This is my last chance to turn things around.
You want to listen to me outside of court? I have to say it now!
The defense moves to indict Miss Andrew indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Cordia. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. Order. Looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edward.
Yes, Your Honor.
This court is issuing a subpoena. Yeah?
Yeah.
Subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. Right. This is it.
This is kind of bad for us.
Huh? What do you mean?
Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness. It means the trial will go on for another day.
One more day. Ugh. If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya. Oh yeah. We shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. Is there a proper answer?
Pick one.
Do I get a game over? Or is it just...
You won't get a game over.
I will get a
You won't.
I won't get a game over? Oh.
Yep.
Then this is this pointless then?
Up to you.
Up to me. You and your vagueness. You don't even give me like reasons that I should or shouldn't pick one.
No. I mean like that.
I blame you.
I mean for what?
Being mean.
What the fuck?
You're being mean.
I'm not being mean.
You said you were being mean. Not.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You just said that you were
How
being
dare you
mean.
accuse me of that? What the fuck?
I have recordings that you said you were being mean.
This is, I can't believe you would accuse me of being mean when I have done literally nothing to you. What the fuck?
Sure.
How can you gaslight me like this?
Objection B is being mean. So be
Fucking
so.
overruled, bitch.
You're two mods fighting. You can't even like do anything to time out him because you're because they're both mods.
Oh my god.
God.
Go.
We have to get it for him. Well, the thing I'm thinking of is that we had to get him not convicted today.
Yeah.
By this, he's not being convicted anymore. Right?
Yeah. But also, like, he's not feeding Maya.
Yeah, fill a bucket. There's one power. That's what you get. You get the bucket. He's not even here. You freeing yourself?
Yes, I have that power.
Damn. B can't get away with this. Yeah. The bucket once again. I don't know. I know he's not feeding Maya, but also like the trial. I know the trial goes on for another day, but the trial is shifted from getting a verdict on Matt to now Adrian.
We have another plausible suspect now, which is good.
Yeah, well, we have
Maybe he'll be nice because we did this.
we have enough
Maybe.
we have enough evidence that it can't be Matt. It doesn't mean that Matt's not involved, but obviously we have enough evidence to say that he's not in all of this.
I think the main problem is just that Maya will be stuck for another day.
I don't think we can do much. That's the other issue I'm having. I don't think we can force this to be faster.
Yeah.
That's why I'm also thinking that it's just wait and see. Have to do something. Trial must go on. But I don't have anything left. No evidence. No nothing. No, but
Who said that?
okay, we're just forced by a drop, I guess.
I abhor wasting such valuable time.
Edgeworth?
Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial.
What is...
Edgeworth's being helpful?
I'd like to think that Edgeworth is also being tormented by the kidnapper as well.
Who did he kidnap from Edgeworth?
I think he knows, he likes Maya.
Okay, but he doesn't know about Maya. No, it's the funniest scenario is he's also kidnapped someone that Edgeworth cares about.
But
Wait, no, Thingy was in surgery. Is he like threatening her?
yeah. We cannot continue due to this unexpected development.
Unexpected development? I expected everything. I planned for this eventuality. I think you underestimate me, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that?
Here's my proof of my witness. The Phoenix Wright would slave his way into subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all. I know his tactics. I know exactly what he was trying to do.
I've had to deal with him for a whole year.
I know his bullshit. I've got my guys ready. Happening according to plan, even as Wright was a bit slow to catch on.
What? What? That's right, Phoenix. I've called you slow.
Fuck you.
What's the meaning of your statement, Miss Edgeworth?
Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. I knew you would call her a murderer. She is the next witness. That I prepared earlier.
Everything was planned out by, in advance by that man.
He's the one who hired the kidnapper!
It was Edgeworth. All the way
It
through.
was Edgeworth all along. Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly. You can hear her? You can hear her the whole time?
Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. How much is of this trial? Because it really feels like it's just one court, and then
That was the first half.
that's the first half. I know that,
But now we're on 2-2.
but like, how many parts are to this case?
Okay, from start to finish, there's investigations 1-1 and 1-2, trial 2-1 and 2-2, investigations 3-1 and 3-2, and then trial 4-1 and 4-2.
Okay, so there's not much left. Is that?
No, we got the second half of the trial now.
That's pretty much the same length of the other ones, right? I think this was a little bit shorter.
This one's a little shorter. They've
Oh,
streamlined it a little.
It's quite shorter, but it's longer in the middle part, I guess. Like, it's,
Like the final trial of the
The-
first game, I believe, had like 3 parts to his trial, kind of thing.
yeah, I would say that, like, I think it's longer in the sense that it did take us a while to get through all the investigation stuff. It took us quite a long of that stream was quite long.
We got so much shit to investigate.
And
To be fair, that was investigation plus the setup. The murder hadn't happened yet by the time we started.
yeah, And we've been going for about 2 hours, and we've just gotten to this point.
Yeah.
Quite a long one.
I mean, it is the last case. We got a lot of shit to deal with.
And then I get to play other game.
Oh my god.
I get to see my upside in this.
Oh my fucking god.
What, you don't like that I can play another game that's not Ace Attorney?
I can't believe this. How dare you?
That's the way you would strap me down. It was like, we're playing more Ace Attorneys.
Say more.
Dude, I can't believe that Adrian, in a way, not cool, and collected Adrian Andrews. They should be locked in the courtroom. It's not in the case hostage.
Oh my god.
She's your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony, during the break, and I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also easily planted the that blood-covered button in your hakama.
It seems really painful to sleep on the robot arm.
I know. Because she was the one that came to wake me up. And dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she's the real killer. She was the only one who she was the one who murdered Juan Claudia. But what? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? Like, forgot this man doesn't think for himself.
He's never had a single original thought in his life.
I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Give me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze. Okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? I can't do it, but I'm pretty sure he's supposed to be like a surfer dude. How we say dude and that.
Like vibe.
Yeah.
Phoenix? You think our motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right?
Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impacts as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impacts suddenly killed herself. Sounds like she left a suicide note, and that person, and the person thought to have hidden it.
Is Juan Carita the victim of this murder?
And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to the Mr. Carita. Or to get the suicide note back.
That sounds plausible.
You thought it was her.
Shut up.
Oh, I do understand because we're doing some back and forth like that. So
Yeah.
I'm not blaming you, like for not thinking it was.
Shush.
No, it was a logical leap because I also thought it was her, but then it was like, oh, Phoenix.
One thing bothers me.
What?
Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impacts.
It was Edgeworth.
Looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet.
God damn Edgeworth.
What the fuck is his deal?
Everything.
What is his plan? What's he doing?
I don't know. He must have planned a messy breakup. All alone.
This is like the ultimate humiliation. He's planned it through the fucking letter. He planned the murder just to get back at Phoenix. Humiliate him in court.
Court will now reconvene. Now then, Miss Edgeworth, if you please.
Prosecution calls a witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Miss Juan Cruz's room. What is your occupation? I've heard her voice. I'm the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt On Guard.
I want you to know she reminds me of Rosalina.
You know what? I do see that.
The
I understand.
somewhat blonde hair, the part that goes over one eye, the blue. That's all that gets me. That's about it, but it's still like, I look at it, I'm like, Rosalina.
Rosalina.
That's not it. I see. Now then.
Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request.
Yes, sure. What is it?
I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently.
No. I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossipland. The judge was ever a prosecution witness. He'll do all of my work for me.
Anyways, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relationship with the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Carita. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself.
So it was a fry and bait matter, or was it a bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing.
But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I am accusing you of that. I think there's someone who'd beg to differ.
I don't remember it. I don't remember anything. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews.
Very well then. Witness, please testify to the court. What happened when you discovered the murder had taken place?
On the body.
It's time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. When I saw it, what I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice.
You poured yourself a glass of juice.
Yes, sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime. I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor.
I see. Oh, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Phoenix. She is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match.
Yes. Oh no.
In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on contradictions. You should disrupt her pacing.
Disrupt her pacing?
She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand?
Okay. So it's a gimmick I have to deal with.
Knock her up her game.
Okay, throw in the curveball. I'll save here. Because I should be doing this. I was just thinking about it. I was just thinking about it. I have seen gameplay of an Ace Attorney game. But you won't believe me what one.
What one?
There's a Game Grumps fan Ace Attorney game.
Oh my god.
I don't know why I watched it. I hadn't even watched them play the Ace Attorney series. I really don't know.
Oh my god.
I just was like, oh, I'll watch this. It was cool, but like, that was the only
Yeah.
thing about the game I've seen.
Now I've thrown him off his rhythm.
I just found it funny.
Yeah.
When I just thought about it, it's like, I remember seeing.
Wait a
What was
second.
Mr. Ungar doing at this time?
He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony.
Mr. Ungar did say he was taking a nap. I guess you could say it could not have, it could not have been, it could not have been taken out of his room, yes?
Excuse me? It? Why are you? Right, I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence.
He's throwing her
Can't
off.
make- If you can't make a sensible sentence with the subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Ongard's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object, right? Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue.
I don't remember any of those rules. I think that's why I fuck up sentences so often.
There is, I believe it's an untaught, like, rule of, oh god. Give me several years to Google it, but, like, there's a way that you order things in a sentence that, like, you never taught it, but when you speak English, if someone says them in the wrong order, you're like, it feels wrong.
I think I flip him so much that I don't even, like, that's how I get, like, words. I think the obvious thing
Oh, okay.
is that I think of the words when I'm typing them, and then I omit the word because I thought of the word faster than I had written it, which is a very common thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to grab, because there's a thing for it.
And why did you do that?
As a friendly gesture, Juan was the one to make an appearance with the other heroes.
The show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Well, we don't know much about it. I like to press about it. Is that the only reason?
I beg your pardon? What are you implying?
You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get closer to him, correct? Perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim.
Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at the time.
You gotta talk about a strong piece of evidence, yes.
May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room?
You're in shock?
What? Was I not supposed to be?
He said he was a very calculating person. But how close they were, that she had romantic feelings with.
Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. Can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked.
No, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. This is the photo you're referring to, correct?
Yes, the one with the knife lodged into his chest.
And the guitar case was like this too?
Yes, it was open and empty, of course. Then, what did you do next, witness?
So, Yes?
Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself.
But you didn't drink any of it. You?
Huh?
There's no lip marks left on this wine glass. Suggest that anyone drunk from it.
I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it.
Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Han Cordia, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct?
And what of it? My mind was really a complete blank at the time.
Mine was complete blank? I think that was possible for you.
Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing.
What one thing?
Never mind. It's no big deal.
You started to say just now? I don't know, I think it's funny to press. Press buttons.
Oh, when given the option.
Miss Andrews, I don't like the music just cuts out for this. I'm convinced that as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was.
Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over.
Oh, that's what's going on. This is way too chaotic. None of that was important to the crime. She did that by accident. Flower vase. Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards?
It was originally on top of the dresser. But when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess.
Okay, so from what we've gathered, she didn't knock the makeup. The makeup was already on the ground, but the vase...
There was still like a mess, but she was the one who did the vase.
But the vase was her. That's what I was wanting to point out. But you interrupted.
Dude, that vase survived an entire like scuffle only
to die by an elbow.
Damn. This is so sad.
It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Also, hang on. It hit the guitar case, but only the top of the guitar case and not the inside was wet.
Oh yeah, because she said it looked exactly like the crime scene and the guitar case is open in that.
The other issue is that the only fingerprints is Cordia's.
On the guitar case?
Yes.
Oh, that's not good for her.
Yeah, there is some water, but only on the top of the lid. There's Cordia's fingerprints. That's
yeah,
the
so it was
contradiction.
closed when she was there. So when did it get opened?
Yeah. Looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Is that this, and everything else, you have to reveal to your testimony.
I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else.
I think Edgeworth knows a bit more.
Edge with his notice. He's like,
I could press or I could just present it. I feel like presenting it's a bit...
Yeah, I think you could just present. Do you really need to press?
Present. This is fact that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct?
Yes.
And you're sure it fell onto the guitar case?
Is there some problem with what I said?
Not some problem. It's a major problem. It's true that, that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there's one other strange thing about this guitar case. And what is that? Take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. What's wrong with that? The glass case was open when the vase fell. The glass shard should be inside, not outside the case. That's also another point I
Yeah.
didn't think of.
But the inside is empty. What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed, the time was vast, it was knocked over? You took my fucking point! Is that all?
No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that, that other than the vase, she did not touch anything else. Yes, that's right. You didn't, okay. Anyway, doesn't like the words. Yeah. You did, implicitly? Yeah, implicitly say that she didn't touch the guitar case. See? She said...
My microphone was dead!
Yay! I was wondering why you let me struggle for so long.
I thought I was muted! I must have not unmuted it. Oh no. But this whole matter with the guitar case is dead end. I wasn't letting you struggle. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all.
I want you to know that if I'm struggling and I haven't corrected because you've said it, then that is the point where you go, maybe something's wrong on my end.
See, what happened was, when I was saying it, you had accidentally left the gaps with you, like, in between you trying perfectly to make it sound like you were listening to me. I don't know how you did that.
The thing is, B, when, with me, if you know that I've gathered, like, I've copied how you've said it, once I've, like, completely said it right, I don't need, like, a second chance to do it. Sometimes I, like, struggle, but, like, if I've struggled and then immediately said it correctly, then that's it. That's you.
Yeah.
You properly doing it, but, like...
I feel bad now.
That may very well be. However, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it?
No. We have to keep needling on this bad
It
boy.
seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Oh, Mr. Wright? Do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar?
I'm like, I don't know, man. Make it testify, I guess.
Well, the thing is that the bigger problem that Phoenix is not bringing up is she has her fingerprints on it.
Yeah, if she's opened it, she was wearing gloves.
Yeah.
Why would she open it?
Empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle.
I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you.
I can't believe I'm doing this either.
You know what? I'm bored. Just do it. I don't care
Alright,
anymore.
I'll follow along. For now. Miss Andrew, please testify to the court about the guitar case.
Yes, Your Honor. Why am I here? What is happening anymore?
Like, put of like, why my character in the Call of Computer thing had like 5 lore to him. It's like, oh, he's just like the judge from Ace Attorney. I was trying to describe how stupid the judge is in this game to others who don't know about it, and Bugs just like trying to help with it. It's really funny.
Yeah. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over.
That is another point I should also bring up. She couldn't have been wearing the outfit because her fingerprints were over the wine glass. But the case was open without any fingerprints. The only fingerprints is Claudia's.
Yeah. How did she bring the glass with her? Like, was that part of their dinner and that's why it has her fingerprints on it?
That's the only thing I could think of. Or she appeared...
Why would you do that?
She stabbed him and, like, killed him in
And
the
just
outfit.
took her gloves off for some reason?
Yeah, I don't know. It's very weird.
What the fuck is happening? I'm bluffing. I don't actually know what the answer is anymore, but we'll keep arguing about it. It's no big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. That's why I opened the case. Even I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Don't know.
Mm.
Looks like this really wasn't very important.
This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling right now that it's almost comforting. I miss this.
Anyway, let's go ahead and start the cross-examination.
Using it any way to change the topic, a convenient escape for a weak man. The divorce is going great.
I wanna not have opened it. I might press on that, but I believe I present the guitar case because of the fingerprints issue. But I'll press to figure out if there's any more information from her.
Okay, yeah, maybe press. We need to squeeze some info out of this.
Make
Whatever
sure
the fuck
I'm
this is.
like right on the point. Open the guitar case then?
Yes, well, maybe.
Why did you open the guitar case?
Huh?
Viscodia's dead body was right where, there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case.
As the witness has said multiple times when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it.
Why would she care about the bright red guitar?
But getting back on topic, why would you care about the guitar?
Yeah. Is it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe you were, when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside.
How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. Oh, give me a sec.
He's gone. Woo.
My Uber Eats is here.
Oh. Got food.
Yeah. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would have been over in half the time if you just pay attention.
Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright. Sorry.
Follow me, kettle! No one who never pays attention during this shit.
I'm assuming you've got KFC. You won.
Actually,
Oh,
I have McDonald's.
McDonald's. Interesting.
So Mickey D's.
It's very hard to tell. The very obvious answer is KFC, but I guess it's late.
It's late. McDonald's is open 24 hours.
Yeah, KFC's not.
Unfortunately.
Why didn't you get dinner earlier?
Well, shut up. Okay, the answer is my partner got dinner for me, and I think he got distracted in the parking lot and had a conversation with friends for like an hour.
Oh.
So I think that's what happened.
Ah, yes, the normal things.
Classic.
Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body?
Yes, that's probably it.
Gonna get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. No way to make her talk is with evidence. Guess I should give it a try.
Come on, Phoenix, we can't afford to let up on her now.
I wasn't planning on letting up, but
She's at her weakest now, so this is our chance.
we had a weapon to hit her with.
I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found.
Oh yeah. But pressing was like, there is nothing from it.
She's like, girly pop is giving us nothing.
I'm going to assume the guitar case because of the fingerprints. Yeah,
because of the fingerprints, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have anything else that would.
Because it's like, if you opened it, then your fingerprints would be on it.
Yeah. The only thing I can think of out of all the evidence we have. There is no way you were the one who opened the guitar case.
Why would you say that?
It's elementary, my dear. Sherlock Holmes over here. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case was those of the victim.
Ah.
Yeah, I assume they had made you real. Like at this point, you would have realized because you were using the guitar a few times that that's what it was leading to. What's it, Miss Andrews?
You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What the fuck do you mean?
What do you mean?
Tried to tell you I was wearing gloves at the time.
Gloves? But why were you wearing gloves at the time?
It was the night of an award ceremony. Of course I dressed up for the occasion.
The issue here is that what about her fingerprints on the wine glass?
Yeah, on the wine glass. If you dressed up and had gloves, it means you couldn't put fingerprints on that. Schrodinger's fingerprints. Yes, now I remember. I was sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves.
I see. Oh, Miss Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the same crime. Nothing strange about that!
Nothing strange about that.
That's strange. You're wearing gloves. Isn't that a little strange?
Or is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time?
Like you, wine glass.
Fuck
I
you.
prefer here. This wine glass.
The wine glass?
You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass.
Ah.
Even if you took your gloves off, when you poured your, even if you took your gloves off, and you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange? That you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case?
Ah.
Glass is fucking breaking.
You're just supposed to have another pair!
Order, order, order.
Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time.
What do you mean?
I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. What the fuck was in it?
But it was just an empty case.
What if it really was empty, though?
But the guitar, the bright red guitar was at the studio.
Phoenix, triple of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case? What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar.
I mean, it was a bright white guitar. Wait, that's not right either.
Thank you, Phoenix.
Oh, I think he's bringing up Elvis.
Oh, yeah,
Because
probably.
of his white guitar. I think that's the only like thing I could think of that.
Cultural references.
I think that's the reference that they're going for there. That was just... I was noticed the guitar.
I do not see it.
It might.
It probably is though.
It probably is. People haven't thought of it. It is a very like old reference that you would put out there. That was
Yeah.
very old. I only know because of grandparents.
Understandable.
I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. The witness was not wearing the gloves, despite the fact that despite the fact on the case.
Your Honor, this is obviously a defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. See the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided.
No.
Fuck you!
No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it was wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I'm sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder.
You're so sure, right? I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please, enlighten us as to whether the guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder.
Huh? You do that, Mr. Wright? Well. Let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. Bright red guitar not being the only thing? You don't mean to suggest that a bright black guitar was in the case?
I see. So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty, is that right? Is that it, right? Is that right?
I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove.
I didn't say that, you did. Deflate that head of yours, you haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside the case at the time of murder?
Suicide?
Okay. I understand the logic of what you have to present, but it's a little bit of a leap. We need to brain blast what the fuck was in the case.
What was in the case? Okay, let's go from what it could not be. Because that's the simplest way of grinding things down, I think.
Yeah, what can it not be?
Obviously our badge cannot be in the Magatama. A photo
Maybe you stole my fucking badge.
The photo of Nick Samurai can be clearly your badge. Of course.
Clearly. Took my badge.
It wouldn't be our
Put me
press
in the fucking
conference
jail.
ticket.
No.
I don't think the radio
kidnappers. That happened like after the murder.
Yeah. Loz's camera cannot be it.
It wasn't stolen by him.
Magazine clipping, I don't think it could be. It's just weird to have in a guitar case.
We got that from someone else.
The hotel guide map can't be.
The map was in there.
The guitar case.
The guitar case was in the guitar case.
A wine could not have been in there. The crime photo obviously cannot.
The crime photo. No.
The button couldn't have been.
Button? No, because that was in his Hakama.
Suicide?
We got these from Edgeworth.
Yeah. Autopsy can't be in there.
The knife.
The knife? Those photo can't be in there.
No, that was in Juan.
The knife he was stabbed with. Oh, at the time of the murder, it couldn't have been the knife. The knife would have been from. You just like ruled out everything.
Okay.
Right?
I will say.
A person.
One of the things. It's not a person. One of the things we ruled out because of what it is.
Is it?
But it depicts something that it could be.
Is it the suicide report?
It's nothing to do with suicide report. We're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
It's a guitar case.
In the guitar, no. The guitar case is in the guitar case.
The radio?
No.
The press conference.
No.
Obviously the guide map.
Obviously.
It wouldn't be the photo. Like, there wouldn't be anything in the photo that points it out.
No, it was empty by the time they took the photo.
Yeah, so it wouldn't have been that. A photo of the nickel samurai. Such a big brain.
Okay. I might have to tell you because I don't think you've connected the dots on what it could have been.
Oh, this photo. Bears.
Okay. What is this a photo of?
What is this photo the thing I'm looking at? There's a photo.
I mean, you're currently looking at it.
The photo is of the nickel samurai, presumably leaving with someone who's not.
Okay, what is this? What is there not a photo of?
Of the German ninja?
The nickel samurai entering.
Oh, is it of him leaving?
But there's no photo of the nickel samurai entering that room.
Okay. So that's the thing of what, yeah. I did think of it as like a leaving thing. But okay, so that's what I was thinking of it. Like chaos.
There is one of two options. This is one of them.
That's one of them? Oh yeah.
There There is technically a more chaotic option if you want to go with it.
Wait, tell me what the other one is.
The Nickel Samurai glossy photo.
My God. I was joking about it.
Yep. That's why I started laughing.
And I fucking joke about it. Okay.
You're like, there's no way it could be this one.
So what, he had a costume of the Nickel Samurai in his thing. It's gotta be the presumptive.
That's the theory.
That's the theory. That makes sense because yeah, we don't have him leaving. Or like he never entered. But he did leave. That makes sense.
The only way that she could have her fingerprints on the glass and not on the case is if the costume came off at some point.
Yeah. Okay. Then. This is a photograph. Yes. But what is important is what is in that picture, Your Honor. Is this picture? It doesn't take a genius to see what what I mean. What I'm proposing is inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai. Here is a very own costume.
What? What the fuck are you suggesting?
This game is
I love the Nickel Samurai music. Oh yeah.
It's alright, explain yourself.
That's right. What the fuck are you talking about? Right, are you saying that when it's opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that?
An insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. And Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identities, so she could make her escape. Right, I forgot that they were putting up points of just like the costume was, what should we call it? Like the gloves would remove fingerprints, apparently. After all, you can't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews?
I refuse to accept your theory. What's this? Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea?
Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for his big scoop. And in the end, he managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? Order. Looks like we've wandered into yet another mess again, haven't we?
Nice job, Phoenix.
Oh, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume?
Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt Onguard's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside of the guitar case of all places.
True. That is a little baffling. Is that right? The court would like to hear your thoughts. What was the Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? A spare costume. Right? You would have a spare costume.
Okay.
But
pause and save here. This isn't for an achievement, but you can get a really funny thing apparently.
A really funny thing?
Apparently it's quite funny if you do the wrong answer.
Okay.
If you want to risk the penalty.
Well the penalty is just like 1. Doesn't matter. It was stolen from On Guard?
Yeah.
That's the funny one?
That's the funny one.
That is funny.
It was stolen!
I think it may have been stolen from Mr. On Guard. Stolen? Why would someone do such a thing? Maybe the people wanted to interfere with the post-ceremony stage show. And so, if he didn't have his costume, Mr. On Guard would be forced to go naked. I'm assuming you've just told that there is something funny, you don't know the context.
Yeah, that's all I've been told. Maybe you should be stripped naked and run out for making this making a mockery of this court.
I think this is gonna be a thumbnail. I don't know which one's better.
Oh, they're both so good.
They're both so good. I'm gonna make mock-ups of these, and you've gotta tell me what you think.
Damn, that's a really hard choice.
Okay, I've noted that down, and I'll just ask the guys as well what they think. Excuse me?
Mr. Matt on guard did not take his costume off after the awards ceremony. He even testified that he took a nap while still wearing his costume. I'm sorry, when? Is this not correct?
Oh yeah, he'd say something like that, didn't he?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Let's try that one more time, shall we, Mr. Wright? It was obviously stolen. I like that I force you back into this, even though there's only two options. Hey, that was funny. Mr. Unger did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we were talking about was a spare one.
What?
Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were two Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that is what I'm saying. How do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case?
Would it mean the victim himself had brought the spare to the ceremony on purpose?
But why? The victim, Mr. Cordia, was the German ninja. Why would he secretly bring this Nickel Samurai's spare costume? This may have been the thing. You know, the special showcase we had. They were set up to, you know, it was gonna make up like.
Was he planning to go out because Ongard didn't know about it?
Yeah, there were two Nickel Samurais. That was like.
And he was gonna like humiliate him or something, I guess.
It could have been like a stage play where they were like, there are two, which one's the real one kind of thing, you know, just like a sort of play, and then they fight each other.
I love that you're doing this like sir thing, and I'm like, no, he snuck in an extra costume or pretended to be him to humiliate him in front of the crowd.
I know, you're just like that. No, I think he was told by her to do this.
Oh.
And that's why he had it. And that's what they were gonna do. That's like a little play for the.
Like he was told it would be a. Yeah, okay, I see where you're going.
Like something for fun, kind of thing. Something for fun. He could have
But I was
also
immediately like, no, he's evil.
He's evil. No, he did this with the guidance of her, because why? She never opened the case. He would have.
Yeah.
He would have. She would have been like, oh, is it like? He may have knocked it. And
No, but he did open the case because he had his fingerprints on it.
no. So what I think has happened is that she poured herself a drink, knocked it onto the case, and then they were like, is it okay? And then they checked.
Ah, okay.
Something
I
like
see.
that.
Oh, you're saying the VOD? All that happened like earlier before his death. Okay.
Yeah, so she's lying about when
Makes
she
sense.
poured the drink. Is like what I'm thinking.
To make herself a witness? Yeah, okay.
What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And there lies the sticking point.
What are you mumbling to yourself about now?
I love that it's like Phoenix brings up all these good points, and then it just stuck. It's just stuck there. It doesn't continue. And it's just
I
like,
have a final answer for that, though.
it's just like, what the fuck do you mean that there is no more to this?
You've been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue?
Huh? No, I just. It's alright. Please explain yourself.
What the fuck are you doing?
Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai's spare costume?
Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer. And then answer with gusto. I believe in you.
Right, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai's spare costume to the Goldwater Hotel was the press conference ticket.
Yeah, like he was gonna be
Because
the Nickel Samurai for that conference.
something I remember from this, and it was an interesting point, and they did bring it up, is that he was going to perform the speech in the costume.
Yeah.
So I could
Which is
only
what people are
assume
confused about.
is that it probably would have been like a I think you're in sort of the same line of what I know this never happened, and I don't think they would probably bring it up, but I'm assuming that Cordia was going to come up and make a focused speech, and then the real Nickel Samurai would come out and then fight him. As like a prolific, like, that was staged as like, something like that was staged.
The thing that is getting me is that Matt Ongab was like, what do you mean conference?
Yeah.
Like, he didn't know it was going to happen at all.
I think that's the point of it, is that he wasn't going to. Or I think the point is that this is meditated. It was never going to happen.
So she told him that was what's happening.
Yes.
I see where you're going now. Okay.
Yes. So he was.
Yeah.
He knew
Sorry,
about
I was
it.
on the wrong second point.
Yeah. I didn't explain that. I was going off of that. Like, Matt knew nothing about it, and so she had brought it up as an idea, and Matt was on board with it, but they never knew. Neither of them knew about it because they were never going to talk to each other about it. The rivalry, and that's what got her to be able to get away with it. What is this? On the night of the murder of the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a speech, a special press conference. Press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something about this conference.
I've heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right?
But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Ongard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how could that be? The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up. But none other than the victim, so Juan Cordia himself. What is this logic, Phoenix? The victim? Yes. This Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Cordia was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai. Hey, your theory might have been on, like, he may have conducted it.
Yeah, like, this man is evil.
He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference?
He got, like, murdered
But
for it,
why
I
would
guess.
the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite yet know. Know yet. However, what I'm convinced with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference.
The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. By confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself.
Which means that Han Cordia, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt Ongard. Yes. I guess that's what it would mean.
But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's public disclosure. You know, what is public disclosure?
Andrews?
I can see why you're pros at what you do.
Pardon me?
Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan.
Yes, Andrew. Please offer us an explanation for this.
I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me.
You?
Juan bet everything on the Jamming Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway.
He's going to ruin him, huh?
It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
What? Getting more dramatic.
The drama!
And do you know what the secret of Mr. Ungard's is, Miss Andrews?
That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is.
Ah, I see.
I've probably been coming up quite suspicious to everyone. That's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all.
Protect Mr. Ungard? Yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrew, if you could, please tell us the truth behind about your behavior.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
Protecting Matt. Oh boy.
The moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan, no matter what. He didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him.
This does account for everything.
Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit.
The defense can find no fault with this testimony. I'm ready to make a ruling. Please keep in mind, please keep that in mind as you cross-examine, Mr. Wright. Like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down.
Oh boy.
Why do you think it was Matt? Would you say that you say that was your intuition speaking to you?
I'm eating.
Stop eating. No time to eat.
Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. For to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things.
3 things?
A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. You think these 3 things are through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix.
They didn't teach that to us in school. I don't remember. Not from what I remember.
Phoenix! May I continue now?
Are you saying this need came from the press conference?
Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event and the hotel for the conference? Because that's where he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt Ungard.
And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews?
Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume.
But I'm sure Mr. Ungard himself didn't know anything about the press conference.
Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference?
Okay, the important thing is, thing here is that that the information was not in your testimony. Yes, I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony, please.
Grasping at straws, are we, Mr. Wright?
Don't have any way to prove them. The problem is that we've got 2 things that we can't properly present. Matt was asleep at the time. How can he murder someone in his sleep? And 2,
He's just not good.
Matt, obviously Matt doesn't know about it. That is also just he doesn't have a thought for himself.
Dumbest motherfucker. He could not have gotten away with this.
He's very much of just he doesn't know it. Doesn't know what
He doesn't know anything that's happened.
I'll leave the press on that one. It might be weird. But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Ungard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie, so you could cover for Mr. Ungard?
I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time.
I keep trying, but I can't. I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however. I'm just glaring straight at me.
You don't know what the fuck? He's going at you, smart guy.
Okay, because of that. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could have very well been clever camouflage.
Then, what about the button?
Button?
Clear from the crime scene, the victim is matter of fault. And during the fight, the killer ripped up the button from the jamming ninja's costume.
Talking about this button, correct?
That button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama, isn't that correct? I think that makes it very decisive evidence.
Look. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, life doesn't prove a thing. Just fix your testimony.
Can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat.
Thank goodness I can still look at me.
With an icy stare? Yes. Stop reading my mind!
This has been too chaotic, this part. Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. The button was torn off during his fight with Matt. But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time.
Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it?
This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Ungard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? That's the same reason why Mr. Cordier planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Miss Ungard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant.
This isn't the Phoenix Wright Wax Philosophical Power Hour. And please, stop slandering the witness.
I expect it. Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid.
Really? Because to me it sounded a little wishy-washy.
Wishy-washy? Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more.
You should know this by now. But you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make... Oh, that was fun.
I don't know why.
You'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk.
It just like cut you off at make for no apparent reason.
What happened was, I heard the USB,
Oh, your mic
go
cut?
back in. Like, my mic cut,
Got disconnected.
stopping registered and then reconnected instantly.
Okay.
That was weird.
Hello, Chief. I'm going to pin you down this time, Stitch. Okay.
It's evidence time, I think.
What? Evidence? Good. The suicide reports. Prove, have any way to prove I'm right. The killer.
The killer.
It's obviously the killer. He's the one doing this.
Your Honor, I'm under duress. Can I please stop being a Pennsylvania? I want to go home.
I wanna go home. I wanna sleep.
Your Honor, can I have a nap?
He didn't have an alibi, but he was doing it at the time. It was torn off on during his fight. I mean, I didn't press the first. Did I press the first one? No, I didn't press when they got re-edited. I don't know if there's any point. I don't know.
You didn't press the new one we were given.
Yeah, I haven't pressed that one,
button.
and I haven't pressed that one.
There's something to do with the fucking button.
It is a bit weird. How do you know that? And the ends of the.
The ends of the.
Oh yeah.
That fuck you. That's me.
I'm tired. I want
And
it.
the ends of the thread of the button and the costume are matched up. They're found to fit together perfectly. Or so I heard. When did you hear that?
Why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail?
Edgewell, stop feeding her info. Don't look at me like that just because I'm prepared and you are not.
God, I thought I had heard this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here. But where and what? Alright. So it is the button. The game has just spelled that out for me.
Nothing to do with the button, but like what to do with the button.
But it's not obvious on the photo of the samurai leaving?
The button was stolen from the other guy's outfit.
Actually, yeah, that is a good point. Like...
Stolen? Well, like, it fell off during the fight and, like, fell into his pants, I guess.
Yeah,
Is the vibe.
but if he was sleeping and we have a photo of not him leaving the room, then how did it get onto him?
Was it in his pocket? I don't know.
It was caught, it was like caught in the... You know,
Okay, but
like-
what she's saying is, he did the crime, fell asleep. She walked in and was like, ah, fuck. My guy murdered this man. I need to fuck this crime scene up a little bit to make it look like he didn't.
yeah.
So the button would have already been gone with him and sleeping at that point.
Yes, but we only have a photo of not him leaving the room. That's the thing.
Yeah, this one is her.
Yes.
Where's the button?
And it can't, the button can't be there. Like, the button can't be on him if that was the case, then. If,
Why can't it be on him?
well, he left the room of the murder.
No, but like the thing is, during the fight that killed him was when the button fell off and got into the other costume's pants.
It's how he was murdered? Because it doesn't seem like they properly fought. He was strangled with a scarf. Why would his button fall off from a strangling?
Wait, if he was strangled with a scarf, why has the button got blood on it?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, why is there blood on it?
Autopsy then?
That's
If
the
he was
only...
strangled, why blood? Why?
Yeah,
Excuse me. He was strangled.
he was strangled then stabbed. Why is the button there? Then it, like, the only thing you think of is the button's a plant. Like, it's just.
Because if he was stabbed after he was strangled and that's how the blood happened, then
Yeah, he was just.
while he was dead, the button fell off.
Yeah, like there was no fight.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of.
And like the only other thing is like his entire costume would have had to been covered in blood.
Yeah.
For it to get on the button as well.
Yes. This is the victim's autopsy report. Police states that the cause of death was strangulation by scarf.
Strangulation?
Knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. What does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume when...
After the knife was stabbed into the victim.
Exactly. Which means... it's impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle. Because the victim was strangled to death in that fight.
Ah.
That's right, Miss Andrews. There's no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body. Order. What's the meaning of this?
What's the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim already died? What does that change?
Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgar. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve?
What purpose?
We now know this button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time to, and effort to purposely rip this off the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Good. Does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? I have a memento. No.
I have a memento.
To pin it on guard. On guard. Because
Yeah.
it was on him. But
It was in his pocket.
why would they destroy it and leave it on the guy? And memento
Yeah.
doesn't make sense.
Also, like, destroy evidence? There's a dead body.
Yeah. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It's to pin the crime on Mr. Ungard. There's no way anyone would put a bloody button in their own pants. That's right. Mr. Ungard was set up. By the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is? Well, Mr. Wright? I don't know what is this real killer then. Finally. Can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point.
Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end.
Real killer, the person to blame, the killer! Go.
The killer!
The killer!
The killer!
I would assume it would be Adrian.
It's Celeste!
Yeah, I'm assuming from all of this, the only logical option for Phoenix to say here is
Who else would it be?
Adrian. Yeah, that's
Literally no one else had the opportunity.
no one else had any opportunity to do. It was obviously Miles.
Of course it was Miles! Who else could it be? No, it was Pearls.
Miles would do it.
She could sneak in without anyone noticing. She's short. So the feet of the suit were tracking. She's short.
Miss Adrian. Jeez.
That is my gore. Like a deliberate one.
Cheesy. You are Mr. Cody's killer.
What?
Big glass speaking again.
My glasses! I can't see without my glasses!
Order. Mr. Wright. This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews.
What? How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me.
I can't, can I? Would you care to test me?
Then what about this knife?
The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. The only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you.
Then... What about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? We were just going over this, come on, man.
Was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only person who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Ungard was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence on his own Hakama. I can't skip that any faster. I have to watch. They're forcing me to watch the animation.
Every single time.
Yeah.
You need to see how many glasses she goes through.
If you want to know when I can't skip or anything, this here. Right here,
Yeah.
that you can see. The only person who could have put this button onto Mr. Unguard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him up from his nap, which is you, yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another
What
piece
about
of
the empty
evidence
guitar case?
that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only be could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. That person is you, Miss Andrews.
No,
Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. It was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time.
That's right. That's because she didn't intend to, not intend on leaving her prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, use a towel or something else to open. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposely left her fingerprint on the glass to show that yes, indeed, he was the classic days discoverer of a dead body. On top of all that, and to top all of that off, there is this photo. A photo of the killer as they exit the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth could believe this Nickel Samurai is Mr. Unga. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Also, another point is that we know is that Lotta was waiting to take scoops of her like leaving.
Yeah.
So she knew she entered, or Lotta must have known at least a little bit, or was just waiting.
Yeah.
Just in general, never saw her go in.
Yeah.
Well, that's another thing. Speaking of how tall people are, Mr. Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not?
Please stop.
Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time. Miss Andrews?
I refuse to testify.
What was that?
There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me.
Well, yes. You're absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves.
Phoenix!
Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Vanguard's room. Right.
Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? Alright.
You must have been told by Von Karma to plead the fifth.
Motherfucker.
That's it.
Aurora's not even in the fucking trial and she's fucking shit up.
That's when Francisca's planted this idea into her head. You must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things look bad.
You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. Still one thing you haven't done.
Something I haven't done?
What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence?
What is so humorous, Miss Edra?
I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up till this point is meaningless.
What?
Everything you've just proven is circumstantial.
Circumstantial.
Yes, circumstantial. We had to prove a single piece of definitive proof. Provide a single piece of definitive proof. Prove that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Miss Clarita.
This is where we use the suicide stuff that we have. Miss Andrews, you did want to kill Mr. Clarita.
I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering.
But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think?
Maybe so, maybe not. There's nothing to to prove either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence.
Oh, he's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia.
Mia.
What should we do?
Somehow we land in the worst possible situation.
It's all your fault.
How have you done this, Phoenix?
I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Adrian Andrew has refused to testify, and the defense theories that she's the actual murderer has not been fully sustained with solid, definitive proof. But that's not true. In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that is declare recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter at tomorrow's trial. Tomorrow? We don't have a tomorrow. We don't get a not guilty verdict today, then. Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. Trial, please continue the trial.
What are you sweating for? The client is getting one more day to live, isn't he?
That's not it. That's not, that isn't about, this isn't about it. About that. Okay. I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue.
Oh, fuck. Sorry, it shifted over.
Why would he wanted to continue the trial?
I didn't read it, okay? I just started.
If I don't get the verdict, then Maya. It's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, the court is...
Phoenix, what the fuck are you going on about? It's not impossible for this trial to continue.
Miss Andrews, what are you...
It is true Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination, however. The topic of conversation was something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of. She has no right to withhold testimony.
Yes, that is very true, but...
Actually, there is one little thing I'm curious about. Miss Andrews. When you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Why the fuck did you do that? Yes, and? I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they're shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. That's a Bond reference. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I'd like to request that the witness testify again. That's what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should be in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read of him.
I think he might know about Maya.
Why is he being helpful?
Like, you know how we said, like, Phoenix just sort of mentioned Maya and that was it? I think Edgeworth knows.
How would he know?
The killer.
Is he a friend or foe? He's the killer. Is he a friend or foe? I just don't know. All three of these people have the same voice. Fuck. I'm suffering so hard to try and keep them slightly different from each other.
The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. God,
The court is confused as to what the
so-
fuck is happening.
This is what I'm meaning by it's much longer in the in-between
We have
parts.
so much stuff to testify about.
This wasn't like me like, oh, it's shorter in how many parts you do, but it's longer in those parts. That is like
Yeah, we've got more info going on within the parts themselves.
on the body.
A glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was just sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over.
Very different.
Hmm.
So you poured that glass of juice for the victim? Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony?
I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with his testimony, then there's nothing left.
I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Hello, Mr. Wright. You may begin your cross-examination. What is this case?
What is going on?
It's like the most chaotic out of all of them.
Someone has been kidnapped. Edgeworth is being both helpful and the worst motherfucker in existence.
I think this takes.
Andrews has done something.
I'm just gonna be back. Go to the toilet.
Okay.
I need a moment to honestly think about
You
this.
need to churn through it real quick.
It's so chaotic, but I'll be back quickly.
Okay, let me get some fun. Errors and oddities, I guess. Okay, no, this is out of order. That is stuff that has not happened yet. Okay.
Changes in the anime. Apparently in the game, this was the 3rd annual Heroes Grand Prix. In the anime, it was the 15th annual one, which is a weird change. I don't know why they changed it like that. Will Powers in the anime apparently reveals that the Signal Samurai won the first ever Hero of Heroes Grand Prix. I don't know why that information is relevant. It does exist though. In the anime, apparently, Lotta isn't there, and Larry is the one who takes her place. He's the one who takes the photo that she takes, which is weird. Apparently in the anime, they actually animate and we get to see when Von Karma gets shot, which is fun. Edgeworth doesn't talk to Phoenix before the trial. He actually gets introduced. We don't get to see him in the investigation. He gets introduced, when he's introduced in the trial as the prosecutor, which is fun.
I'm back.
Hello? I was talking about the differences between this and the anime version.
Okay.
Apparently, Lotta Hart wasn't in the anime version of this.
Ah. Interesting.
Her role was taken by Larry. Larry's the one who takes the photo.
Yeah, it's funny. It is a weird change.
Yeah, I don't know why they chose that.
Is Lotta in any of? I'm assuming Lotta is in the anime. It's weird that
She has to be.
that they put Larry in that position
Yeah.
when he's nowhere in this case. He's barely in this game.
He is nowhere in this case. No fucking near it.
But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right?
Of course not.
And who did you pour it for?
Mr. Wright, there's a rhyme and reason for everything. Just wait a little longer for it to be revealed to you. In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. Precisely, I couldn't have said it better myself.
Your Honor, they're being mean.
It was a mess. Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with the Claudia?
Sorry, God.
Objection, what the fuck? I understand your frustrations not being able to prove your theory, however, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence.
If I get some bitches.
Excuse me, you a bitch list. Shut up. Jesus fucking Christ, you killed him!
Perfect. I couldn't help.
You're laughing. He killed Phoenix and you're laughing.
I couldn't help but like also replace it to say go find some bitches.
Yeah.
That's what it really felt like.
Yeah.
I'm over.
Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping.
What about the knife?
I too sleep with the knife stabbed into my chest.
This weird. Did that that right there sounded a little odd. Yeah. Oh yeah, I am right to like.
Do you also not sleep with a knife in your chest?
How else am I supposed to sleep? Almost dying, you know. Really puts you to ease.
It looks real comfortable.
You scream in pain as you stab a knife into your chest. Imagine you're in like a hotel and you're a little bit late getting to bed and you just like as you're walking past people going to tuck in, you just hear screams from every other room.
Oh my god.
As they stab themselves to fall asleep.
If you want to be tucked in, it wants to be tucked in. Stab that knife into your chest.
I feel like I could just present on this because that's the like where Phoenix was like, that's a little weird.
He was sleeping? Looking like this?
He was sleeping, looking like this.
Sleeping? He was sleeping.
He was sleeping. There's a button missing. There's a knife stabbed into him.
It's a mess all over the floor.
Before
Obvious signs of a struggle. He was sleeping.
Before she did anything, there were bottles on the ground as well.
His makeup was all over the floor. Yeah.
And then she fucking knocks it. But why does she open the case? That is the next question. She still hasn't explained why she opened the case.
I assume that's after she realized he was dead, question mark?
Yeah, she would have knocked it, but she doesn't have any fingerprints on it. So I'm still confused.
Phoenix was like, I don't know, she used a towel, so I'm like...
I think I've just got to present this. I think this is the best spot to present it.
Your Honor, does this look like sleeping to you?
That game's
Does he look cozy?
The game did not like that. The game did not like
Wait,
that.
what?
I'm onto something. Maybe a knife. Maybe I'll just keep questioning first, and then I'll present the knife.
Okay, I will say, you're on the right track. You picked the wrong thing to present it on.
It was the wrong one. Okay, that makes sense. Oh wait.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the press for this one. And what did cross your mind?
I thought maybe he'd smashed up everything in anger because he lost the Grand Prix. And then tapped out on a chair?
And it stabbed himself?
You get so mad you stab yourself sometimes. And he felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. On his chair? Here's the bed. Anyways, that's what I thought.
Wait, so you didn't think he was dead at all? Okay, I thought I was right. I feel a bit too early. But yeah, it is fucking... What about the knife?
He looks so cozy. Are they sleeping?
They honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him.
No, not at all.
Even
You
though
look like this when you found him.
I didn't even know this is what you saw when you discovered the body. It's like she never looked at the fucking photo and she was like, yeah, this is what... Yeah, I saw it like that photo.
Yeah.
What is the meaning of this? Why did you show us the corpse again?
Where is there a corpse on my desk?
Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife stuck... they just been a point in the case for like a while.
He was stabbed with a knife?
But we now have to get back up. That he was being stabbed by this knife. That was obviously we knew was false evidence.
Yeah.
There was a knife sticking straight out of sticking straight out of Mr. Cordier's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that he was a dead man.
Well, you see...
I stabbed him afterwards.
See, I thought he was asleep. That's why I stabbed him.
I had to check. Make sure he was asleep.
To make sure. I slipped and fell. The knife was in my hand, you know?
I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted. And then nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is? Miss Andrew.
What do you think my point is?
It just heard just now. It was all one giant lie.
This means bad, you should feel bad.
And your lie has proven one thing very clearly. That you are the real killer.
No!
I love when she's just not, like... Not said anything. Like, she's not gone like... No. She's just like, okay, I give up now.
Damn.
Looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. Defendant? Mr. Matt Ungard is not guilty after all.
But that's impossible. You're wrong.
Miss Andrew, try to have some composure.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear. He's the one who killed Juan.
But you're the only one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself.
That's because...
Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that might incriminate you?
I refuse to testify.
Oh my. Then there is no need for this plot to continue any further. Mr. Matt Ungard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. This is it. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last?
What's wrong, Phoenix?
Really? Well, usually the real killer confessed his or her guilt. Now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. But I'd like to hand down my verdict from Mr. Matt Ungard.
Your Honor. The prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time.
He fucking lets us go freely for this, and now he's like, oh, the verdict's happening? No.
No. Testify more!
What?
We ain't done here yet! The reason is quite simple. The witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth.
Keep going. Not more.
More! He wants more!
The absolute real truth. What are you?
Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head. But as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Ungod will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty.
What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it?
I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Francisco on Karma.
Huh?
Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself.
Then right now, Miss Andrews is...
Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss Von Karma. Don't say a word, no matter what happens. If you do, Matt on God will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging on to them.
Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is to get her, get her not guilty. That's my only priority.
It wasn't me, I'm begging you. Please believe me, I didn't kill Juan. Help, please, somebody, help me.
Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do. I intend to do. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say?
Right, I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who's the real mastermind behind this crime.
Very much so. Isn't that obvious? It's the killer. No, Phoenix. It's the killer.
It's the killer.
His name's right there. The killer. He's saying he did it.
No, he lives in the Ace Attorney universe. He doesn't know about the pun. He doesn't understand the
He
pun.
doesn't know that the killer.
His name's the killer.
No, he's just like combining as one word. The killer.
Yeah.
He's like, that's a weird name.
He hasn't even thought about it yet. Phoenix, no!
Phoenix, no.
His name's a pun. That means he's the killer. Phoenix.
Rattling in the bars, trying to get to him.
Yeah. He can't hear you. He's got his AirPods in.
If someone else, it could be, except the woman crying over there, right?
Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I will leave this up to you.
I thought this is gonna be like...
I would recommend saving first, though. I should have said that first. I should have said that bit first.
I autopilot the saving, and then he was just like, I'll leave this to you.
I was sitting here like, I probably should have said save first, but this is one that's up to you. I'm not gonna influence you either way.
This is not the achievement bad ending.
No.
Is this all a ruse through Francisca? Is this all a ruse from her? All of this.
Sorry, just imagining like she faked getting shot just to fuck with you.
No. Like I mean, no. She's harassing. She harassed her to pretend to not, like, you know, hide evidence and say all this. Like Francisco did all of this, coaxing her into that situation, so that then we did fail, because we will pull her up on it. We'll be like, oh, yeah, like this is B kind of thing.
I don't know if she would do that because like that would require her bringing down Adrian, and she's like she's like Francisco's an asshole, but she's not like that kind of asshole, you know? She's not fun. She's not her dad.
Not to plan out the downfall of someone doesn't get you.
Like she's planning on his downfall, but she's not gonna like drag down someone like she thinks is innocent to do it.
Yeah. But why then is Francisca going on that Matt is...
Because she's the prosecutor in this case.
Yeah, but like, I know that, like, that's how she's been, but like, we have enough evidence that he can't have done it. He would have been asleep. Like, after he probably eaten his meal, he probably actually just fell asleep. Has no fucking clue what's going on. But then,
I feel like she would have had a strategy, but because she's not in court, the strategy is so fucked up.
yeah, Miss, like,
She did not tell Miles the strategy. He does not know what to do.
Andrews, like, what's going on with Andrews? Like, why does she believe that Matt's guilty in all of this case?
Yeah, she is so thoroughly on the Matt is guilty.
Just a question,
Party.
is this a bad end option? Or is this like it goes back?
I don't know.
You don't know? The guy doesn't say shit?
I don't know.
Have you looked at the...
That's why I've looked at the guide. That's why I said to save first.
You don't know? But I'm intrigued of what the guide is going on here, because this feels very weird, like a point of where they're like, you know, any option or anything.
Yeah. What do you think?
I feel like something will happen no matter what I pick. Know what I mean? Like, you know how before I picked an option and then it just didn't matter?
Yeah, I see.
Like, it's just gonna... It convenes into the same point.
The plot's like, no, fuck you, it's happening this way.
I just don't know why the court wouldn't continue the case onto her after this.
I think it's, there's enough evidence to convict and she's refusing to testify, so there's nothing more they can do in court. So there would be no more court, she would just be arrested for the crime.
Yeah. The next question is, well, the thing is that I know there's more to this case afterwards. After this.
What do you
part.
mean? This is the end of the case. There's no more.
I'm assuming that I've got to.
What are you talking about? Why would they not end the case right here?
I'm assuming I've got to force her to testify.
Do you think so?
I was like, I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I'd like to know what you are really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. Ungard would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end?
Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me.
That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth.
You're wrong.
Yeah, this is why I felt like there was going to be no option, even if I tried to.
I will say, I lied to you. You could have picked any option.
Yeah, I knew
matter.
you were. With how this is going, I was like, no, she's too stuck in her way that there would be like only one option. Like no matter what I picked, she's gonna be stuck in her way. Francisca, all the way.
What a shame. I'd hoped things wouldn't have come to this, however.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop!
Mr. Edgeworth?
This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop! Please stop! No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here.
Like, yeah, Jones was like, no, I played the role.
Fuck you, I'm outing you anyways.
No, I'm question the fuck out of you.
That's
The second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report.
what will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? Now reveal it to the court. The true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews.
Secret of her dependent nature. The thing is, I don't think there's an illness. What?
Yeah, it's not.
Like, being dependent on someone. You're just like, what is it? It's just, I wouldn't, you don't get classed as an illness. I don't know why it's worded like that. Unless it's like, he hasn't said anything more that I don't know, but like, feels weird.
I know there was a change in the original to this,
Yeah.
where they did
So I feel like it's a weird.
rework it. Because in the original DS version, it's not said that she is like dependent. It's said that she has codependency issues, which isn't correct. That is not what she is.
No.
And they've changed it to be more accurate, but like, I think the implication is like it's a mental illness,
Yeah. Which isn't.
but they've worded it weirdly.
Yeah, it doesn't. Like, I don't think I would class being dependent on someone as a mental illness. It's just.
I think it's because she's so mentally dependent on someone.
Yeah, I guess there is. It could be how severe it is that you could probably class
Yeah,
it.
the severity.
I guess that could be it. That's why.
I mean, it's so severe that after the last person that she was like so dependent on died, she tried to commit suicide.
Yeah, I guess.
Sorry.
I guess because of how severe it is, it could be. Because I still wouldn't class it as an illness. So to say, like that word is wrong there.
I don't know where to look in the wiki to see anything like that, because I read it at some point and now it's gone forever.
Because at that point, it would be a I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if you would class it as a disability. It would be like you need support for it, kind of thing. You definitely.
You need support. I don't think it would be maybe a mental disability.
I guess that would be what it is, but yeah, definitely not an illness. An illness is something you can get, in a sense.
Yeah.
Like if you're sick, you've got an illness, not a disability kind of thing. But it could also be from the time, like when they translated it and they tried to fix it and just used wrong words. I think other people.
Okay, I found it. In the past, English version of Justifiable, the term codependency was used incorrectly to describe Adrian's emotional issues. To be codependent is to be an enabler or the one who relies on being needed, and the loss of oneself should be the dependent to start being self-reliant. Andrews is simply dependent on other people emotionally and is not an enabler.
Yeah.
She's said to have a dependent nature and like the later thoughts.
Yes. So she's more of like a, I guess like, I don't think of like how I want to try and describe it. Like,
In like a codependent duo, she would be like the victim half, I guess.
she's more of that she's been told a lot more and hasn't, like, she hasn't fought for herself in a sense a lot. Yeah, she's just a dependent person.
Yeah.
She needs someone to sort of follow.
Do her thinking for her.
Yeah. I think other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world.
Please stop, I beg you. If people find out. When people find out, I'll... If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me.
Would you be so cold?
However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. So you will tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please, help me. Dude, Edgar, that was fucked up.
Yeah.
Nothing matters anymore.
My crap.
When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's body with a knife, dead body with a knife, and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume.
Stab the body with the knife? Why would you do that?
Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man.
What do you mean by all of this?
It might take this court a little while to understand, but this is the truth. The real killer is Matt, that scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's tried to escape his guilt again, just like last time.
Then?
So Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Corrida, in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt on guard for the murder. And this is her crime.
What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? That's right. Let's get over your shock, then commence the cross-examination. How much longer do you think we've got? It is running late.
We are very close to the end.
I'll try and power through it. If I get to gets to the 30 mark, so like 9 minutes, I will end because it's just late. I want to try and sleep well.
Do a little bit of sleep.
But you could tell from the state of the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling me that? Are you telling the truth when you saw when you said that you did not know he was dead?
He had a scarf tied around his neck. That scarf is part of the Jamming Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face all that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice.
What's this plan you had?
I knew right away the murderer was Matt. Because I knew Juan. He was going to expose Matt's weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. First thing that came to mind was to plant the knife.
That's why, that was so you could get the knife, correct?
The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then don't need to read that.
So you're the one who stabbed the victim with that knife?
Gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. but at the time I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. And then, when I stepped upon its dead body, I suddenly realized something. I'm committing a crime. If I use the button somehow, I can make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Ungard's Hakama? Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they?
Inconvenient?
There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway.
Willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta.
There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth.
That's Miss Oldbag for you.
I'd ever been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once. I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again.
You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you?
Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I was gonna put it in Juan's guitar case the day before the awards ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there.
And what is this secret?
That, I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I was to leave Juan's room with the Nickel Samurai costume, people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume.
I think we've heard enough. After that, you went back to Mr. Ungard's room and planted the button.
Into Matt's Hakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck out of the hotel and got rid of it.
My word. What does all this mean?
Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt on guard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk.
Francisca, huh?
She said that I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I had done. If I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words.
Everyone said. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she's not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor. Defense still is...
Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, there's it's not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything.
Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her to the murder. The cross-examination of the witness is over, and so is today's trial. We can't establish that the witness was the culprit. They said it got mistaken. But Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning.
Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately.
That is all. What is adjourned for today?
Ah, shit.
Yeah. Everyone's gone.
Fuck. Oh my god, you see the chair.
Chair. This is not a happy moment.
Yeah, we fucked up.
Today's trial is over. I didn't win an acquittal.
Witness, do you mind if I ask you something?
Edra.
What is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. That card in your hand. It has my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Well, I don't remember the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now. I was in the room on that day.
The room?
That day? Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there, right next to him.
Found that card? Next to the victim's body?
I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. It's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right?
Yeah, I thought this is a strange card, if you ask me. As far as the clue to this case, I don't see why. I like to think that the killer had set up this plan to get himself caught, you know, like, or like set it up as like a thing, and then she stumbles across and then fucks it up, and he's like, Phoenix, you've got to fix this.
Phoenix, please.
Please, I want to be known, not her.
Phoenix, I fucked up so bad, please.
Please.
Oh my god.
That's what it feels like. He comes in, fucks it up, and it's just like, now we're roped into it because...
Shit.
Please, you gotta fix it.
Witness, that card. Give it to me. Hurry.
Edra?
Do you have any idea what you've stupidly yet inadvertently done? I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is this all about?
I've never seen Edra so emotional before.
Not even during our relationship or our breakup.
The card. What in the world is it? And what does it mean? Is this to be continued?
To be continued.
If I can get ya, or cliffhanger.
That's how they get you.
Yeah. We're a little
I wonder what the fuck is happening.
A lot is happening, I guess.
So much shit
Investigation.
is happening. Thank you, Andrews, for single-handedly fucking everything up.
We
That girly fucked. Didn't even know what happened during the trial. She wasn't there.
She wasn't there. He doesn't know a thing. What a chaotic fucking case.
Yeah.
It was this person, obviously, with all this stuff. Oh no, it wasn't this person. And we have enough evidence to say it wasn't them. Oh, but this one thing that they had is definitely tied to something. Fuck you.
God, you haven't even seen the fucking half of it yet.
I think, no. My theory, and I don't care if the game's wrong, I think this is the funniest one, is that the killer planned something, then it got fucked up, and then forced Phoenix to try and fix it.
Hey, Phoenix, I'm gonna kidnap your bestie. Fix my fuck up, please.
I want to be known for the crime.
Phoenix, she's taking credit for my crime.
This is mine, not theirs. I put in
Fuck
all the
you.
effort.
This is my crime? I put a lot of effort into this crime. Come on, man.
Better theory, better theory. The killer just wants Phoenix and Edgeworth to get back together.
Is this a ploy to get them in the same fucking... That's why they shot Francisca!
Yes, and they're watching from the crowd. They're like, yes, this is working.
Yes!
Yes.
We're talking again! Yes!
I think that's the best theory. You can't tell me
That's
otherwise.
No, that is the best theory. You're correct.
I think it's funny and not knowing anything and then being told how this is like how they go. How all this stuff goes. Well, how the fandom is, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm just gonna grab it even harder without knowing shit. That makes it funnier.
Yeah.
Makes it funny because I can perpetuate it by different means than like knowing the fandom. Like knowing the games. To be able to
Yeah.
properly be like, well, here's evidence. It's just like, yeah, what if there's nonsense? This nonsense that cannot be confirmed at all. Do you have other context?
Yeah.
It makes them funnier. But yes, it was a good point to end.
Yeah. It is sleep time.
Sleep time. Sleepy,
For
sleepy.
both of us, it is very late.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm no longer 3 hours ahead of you. I'm now 2 hours.
Yeah.
You feared. And then it's gonna change. Like, once it gets to summer again.
Yeah.
But yes, we'll show my stream.
Bye, Stweeb!
Oh, yeah, what a eventful, fucking chaotic case. As always, Base Attorney. But yes, thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and hope to see you next time. Goodbye!